And then with the autonomy kit that Maritime has developed over the course of the last 10 years of existence, you would say, hey, here's 5 vehicles. Stay in the middle and protect them from threats above. And so with something like a 30 millimeter cannon, we can project force out to 15, 20 kilometers and protect those capital assets from the FPV threat at a really low cost per kill ratio.
But the Havoc is just one part of Milrem's broader strategy. The company has also developed the Themis, a smaller but equally capable platform that's already being deployed in combat.
What we're demonstrating here is the ability and the flexibility of Themis to integrate any system. As long as it weighs 1,000 kilos or less, we're able to integrate local products, we're able to bring local industry into our baseline, and then we're going to take this system and we're going to offer it to Ukraine. In fact, there's a 100,000 euro bounty by the Russians on capturing one of our systems with the base station and with the controller.
Some of the tech specs that most stand out to you or are personal favorites on this particular piece of machine?
Yeah, so Silent Watch. So we've been in Ukraine under our own investment for the last 18 months, and we've been working all the time with them trying to figure out what the best mix of gas versus electrical power is. And so we've tuned Themis to have enough Silent Watch mobility that we can turn the engine off, we operate at night, there's no thermal signature, and so she can go up, pick people up, she can come back, and as soon as she's out of the threat environment, turn the engine on and continue on her way. We just did that mission a few weeks ago where the gentleman who got struck by an anti-personnel mine, he was stuck in a field, it was nighttime, it was too dangerous because of the FPV threats. So they turned the motor off, they sent her in, the guy crawled up into the basket, we brought him home, the guy survived, kept both of his legs. You know, like these are things that we see every day and these are missions we're doing all the time.
From land to sea, autonomous systems are reshaping military operations. L3 Harris is pioneering new tech that removes human operators from dangerous situations.
So I think this ship is a very good example of like L3 Harris as a whole. We've got a maritime ship that has an autonomous capability. That autonomy is a thing that we do at L3 Harris. We can build autonomous systems. This boat is kind of an example of that. And that little green mushroom is actually a sensor. It's called the Muse, and Muse is a comm sensor. So it senses communication radio frequency emissions. And then we use that sensor to identify the location that's transmitting and perhaps even who it is or what it is that's transmitting. This for us is new because previously we've worked in radar, our radio frequency. Think radar, think surface to air missile or another airplane. Now what we're demonstrating is we can take the entire electromagnetic spectrum from RF comms to RF radar, take all of that and look at it real time. So various segments of our company coming together to produce actually an entire defense article with modern capability.
While L3 Harris may dominate the surface, BAE Systems is pushing autonomous technology beneath the waves.
What are we standing in front of?
So we're standing in front of a representation of our extra-large autonomous underwater vehicle. So it's 12 meters long, about 8 tons, so a bit of a beast. This is a machine, a tool used to autonomously navigate the deep oceans and fulfill a range of jobs, use cases from hunting for submarines to firing torpedoes to conducting spying missions. It's got a super long range, so you can either fit lithium-ion battery solution in it or hydrogen fuel cell. It will give it a range of up to 5,000 kilometers, 45 days, so huge endurance. You know, you can get to most parts of the world to do various missions with that. And the other key thing is advanced autonomy.
Ultimately, the robots are there to get the user out of harm's way, so they can operate them from quite a distance. Traditionally, we'll be in a car bomb, those kind of areas.
Let's start right here. What are we looking at?
So T7 is a large one, so despite the size of it, you can actually use and go very intricate in its controls in the deactivation of the bombs, in fact, actually. But typically allows you to drag even cars out of areas of operation. So for instance, if you're in an urban context, you could potentially drag the car away before you actually go in and start deactivating the bomb that may be in there, in fact. The other things that we've really done and we think are real differentiators, we've got a thing called a haptic fingers in there, which are really intricate fingers, which almost emulate your hands in its operation. So when I talk about unzipping, cutting wires, for instance, that's what we can actually do in this capability. So whilst it's quite capable in its operation, it's actually quite intricate in how it operates at times as well.
Precision missile technology represents another frontier in autonomous warfare. German defense contractor Diehl is developing systems that can protect entire regions from aerial threats.
The system is already in operations in Ukraine. So the task or the mission of the system is to protect larger areas against aerial threats. Those threats are mainly jets or fighter aircraft or air-to-ground ammunition, or especially like we see in Ukraine on a daily basis, it's cruise missiles or even drones that we need to intercept to protect civil infrastructure or critical assets on the ground.
Let's talk about the mid-range missile. What are we looking at? And if I'm not mistaken, this is essentially 1-to-1. This is the actual size that we're talking about. What should we know?
This is a 40-kilometer range, 20-kilometer altitude interceptor. We have a direct hit capability in this interceptor. That means we hit the target structure directly. This is done with the imaging infrared seeker. We have under the nose cone you see on top of the missile. So with pinpoint accuracy, we are capable to hit the target. And this reduces, let's say, the impact on the ground and fratricide we might cause with the debris coming down. So a very precise and interceptor that has a very high single shot kill probability.
Yeah, the construction of the missile is one thing. The full stack and the delivery is something altogether. Tell me about what we got.
This is essentially the launcher, the Iris TSLM launcher, built on a 20-foot ISO container frames. So we launch the interceptor vertical, and from the vertical start it can go into any direction to protect against threats coming in from 360 degrees. Normally they are remotely controlled from the second element we see down here from the Tactical Operations Center. So this is the only manned element during operations. We have 3 operators sitting there doing all the air defense.
How important is it for you and the team at Diehl to stay agile, to stay mobile, to be able to use and embrace new technologies on top of your core existing products?
Yeah, I think we learn this on a daily basis right now in the conflicts like in Ukraine where the system is involved, that you need to continuously improve the capabilities of the systems. You need to embrace new technologies, find ways how to harvest new capabilities that might come up through new technologies and figure out what makes sense and what doesn't, and really improve the systems and stay ahead of the threat.
When we come back, more from the show floor of the DSEI conference in London. Stay tuned.
Modern warfare isn't just about having the most advanced weapons. It's about connecting those systems and making sense of vast amounts of data in real time. But how do companies build the digital backbone of tomorrow's military?
Obviously, the big topic right now is Golden Dome, and we're very proud to be a part of standing by ready to execute the Golden Dome initiative. We have currently 39 satellites on order to perform the missile warning, missile defense mission. We have the hypersonic HBTSS satellite on orbit now as the proven solution, and we're very excited to be able to move forward and accelerate that program in coordination with the President's executive order. A lot of the opportunities associated with that is continuing to partner with a wide range of companies across our industrial base, such as Palantir and Shield AI, to bring in AI, ML solutions and try and continue to make those proven hardware solutions ever more capable.
We do multi-domain electronic warfare, both sensing and jamming, as well as data sharing. So DISCO it stands for Distributed Spectrum Collaboration and Operations. It is a bit of a pivot for our company where we have traditionally made hardware that protects aircrew or warfighters in various platforms against enemy radar threats. We do that really well. We build the jammers, the sensors, and the user interfaces to make sure that warfighters come home alive. So an example of how we would do this in an operational vignette, this is more airborne focused, though imagine all domains are at play here. You have stand-in jammers that are going after a particular target set. They detect an enemy signal that may or may not be in their library. So when that happens, the sensor on board collects that data. And through the power of DISCO, we can move that data that is interesting up into an edge node or a cloud services type environment. Because once you get that data to the cloud, or to an edge processing node where human decision makers can do something with that information, really the sky is the limit. You can start bringing in third-party applications, our own algorithms, You can pull in data from various sensors. Some of those would be from our company, some would be from other companies.
Can you tell me quickly any real-life use cases where DISCO technology has already been used, or potential use cases where you can see this being used?
We detected an incoming assault force, and we not only were able to characterize those signals and identify what those were, we could get precise geolocation and feed that up to the commander so that that commander could react in real time to these evolving scenarios.
Traditional defense contractors like RTX are evolving beyond just building weapons. The company is focused on creating integrated systems that work together seamlessly.
You've seen some of the weapon systems, you've seen the work that we're doing on Javelin. There's also a range of weapon systems that the UK engineers also get involved in and manufacture. So we manufacture a huge number of components up in Scotland that we then export to the rest of the world, in particular back to the US. One of the other things we work quite hard on as well is understanding all of the threats that you see in operation. So in particular, the importance of position, navigation and timing. So one of the things we've been talking about is a program that we have is called Land Shield. So what this system can do can actually look and identify what's trying to jam you, what's trying to spoof you, and basically provide that operational effective exact position back to those rest of those systems.
We're standing in front of something that a lot of people may be familiar with, but actually know very little about. H, what is this?
What you see in front of you is a Javelin missile.
Talk to me a bit about the production for a piece of machinery like this. I know it's not just Raytheon, Lockheed Martin oftentimes is involved with that joint production. How does it actually come together physically?
Predominantly, the missile is produced and assembled by Lockheed Martin, and the command launch unit is produced by Raytheon. Typically, you'll have a two-person team, the gunner and the commander, and they will operate that system in tandem. And not only is it used in a kinetic role to engage targets, predominantly armoured targets, but it's also used as part of, for example, a recce screen, and that the optics on the capability give the commander of that battle group or that company group the opportunity to see what's out there and then decide whether he's going to engage or not.
How far can this go and how fast can this go?
So typically, right now, the in-service capability has got a range of about 2 kilometres, and that is predominantly constrained by not the missile. The missile can go further, but the ability for the operator, the gunner, to identify a target. What we don't want to be doing is firing at something we think might be a target. Therefore, in the next year or two, the lightweight clue, a new iteration of the command and launch unit, is going to be introduced, and that has improved optics and will enable the gunners to fire Javelin out to ranges of about 4 kilometres. So a massive increase in the range and the capability of the Javelin.
While companies like RTX focus on current systems, others are already developing the connected warfare platforms of 2045. Diehl is bringing a unique perspective on how information management will reshape air combat.
Let's talk about FCAS Future Combat Air System. I know this is something that is still coming together. What is it now, and what do you hope it will be?
It's a concept. It's very complex. I'd say the biggest deal is to find a way to solve the problem with information. There's a lot of information on the battlefield. For example, the sensors out there, they're detecting a threat. Then the information level changes in the air combat cloud. There will be information going back and forth between all the players that are involved in the operation. Then there will be made a decision, a tactical decision, and after that, for example, we get depicted here swarm. The whole thing calms down, and then there will be like remote carriers or aircrafts taking care of the problem, I'd say, and solve it.
I was really surprised with the timeline. I believe you said 2045 or so?
Yeah. That's the official timeline of the Future Combat Air System. Everybody would like to have it done before, but in reality, it's a complex. It's the Future Combat Air System is made out of 3 partners. Main partners is France, Spain, and Germany, and we all try to find a good solution of who's responsible for what part of the project.
What are a few of the realities of using a remote carrier like this that you think people might be most surprised to know? And how are you envisioning remote carriers like this can be used to better enhance the efficiency of fighters?
It has to be fast, it has to be undetected, so it's low observable, as I said. And just let's crack down the name, the Phoenix, because it's future effector, it's adaptable to the mission. So we have a couple of sensors that we can build in there, just to make sure whatever is the task, we find the right way. Then networking or networked, that means it's connected to the air combat cloud. All the information is going back and forth between the Air Combat Cloud and these remote carriers. And if I say plural carriers, there will be it's not just like a cruise missile with one. There will be a whole swarm of these, and just being deployed. Intelligent, even if the Air Combat Cloud falls apart, is jamming or whatever happens, the Phoenix or this type of remote carrier is able to continue the mission by itself, not just falling down. And expandable means, obviously, it's not a loyal wingman, it will not come back. Just to give you a rough number, it will fly half an hour, and in that half an hour, it has to do its job.
Why do you think technology like this will be increasingly important to fight the battles of tomorrow?
Because it's getting complex. There's also like a trend that they're putting a lot of mass and trying to overwhelm the enemy by just a ground-based air defense, just by drones, by missiles, rockets, whatever flies, throwing a lot of stuff at the enemy. And I think that these make a difference because, as I said, we try to keep a low price tag on it. So it makes it affordable, and you can actually also put a lot of these out there. And that will make the difference in the end. If 2 or 3 of these get through and make the job, then it will make the difference. That's at least the idea.
When we return, our financial expert is back with some smart money moves for the fall season. Don't go away. Welcome back. As the leaves begin to change and the holiday months approach, it's important to keep an eye on your budget. On this edition of Money Minute, Jeanette Mack from Navy Federal Credit Union is back with some advice for avoiding the autumn budget squeeze.
The end of summer brings cooler temps, pumpkin spice lattes, and the anticipation of the holidays. Are you ready? Those lattes and the holidays can be expensive. The best way to keep more of your money in your pocket and still enjoy the festive season is to be proactive and practical. In other words, plan well and save well. Take the time now to review and evaluate spending and cut unnecessary expenses. Negotiate better deals on services like internet or cable. These companies want to keep you as a customer and are usually willing to work with you to keep your business. And as a rule, you should be reviewing your subscriptions annually anyway. It's also helpful to plan any shopping you do. Use coupons and stick to your list, or better yet, have some no-spend weekends. Wherever you're able to save, reallocate those funds to a designated holiday spending account and keep it there. And don't put off maintenance on your house until winter when it becomes a bigger expense. Clean your gutters and furnace filters regularly. This keeps your bills lower too. It's the little things that add up to big rewards. So plan well, and savor the holidays.
To get more coverage of military and defense topics, jump out of that Osprey and glide on over to militarytimes.com and defensenews.com for more headlines. And to be the sharpest sailor on the flight deck, sign up for our early bird brief, compiled each morning bringing you the most recent headlines. And if social media is how you stay up to date, follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and X. And we're on TikTok, so go follow us there as well. When we come back, the conclusion of our DSEI coverage in conjunction with our partners at Cheddar. Don't miss it.
The ultimate advantage in modern warfare may not come from the biggest gun or fastest plane, but instead the ability to process information faster than your opponent and make better decisions. The team at Palantir is reshaping military strategy through human-machine interfaces and artificial intelligence.
We allow our customers to build an ontology, a map of their business, an understanding of their world, and on top of that, we're then able to apply the latest advances in machine learning and AI technologies, not least agentic AI. So taking a set of highly powerful AI tools and giving them this map of the business, all of the data that the customers need to be able to make these decisions, and allowing then those agents to thoroughly embed and enable these customers of ours to make very high quality decisions, taking the work or the time that may previously have been weeks or months and turning that into minutes and seconds.
But before AI can make decisions, the underlying systems must be secure. Cybersecurity companies like Arcit are building the foundations that keep military networks safe from digital attack.
What defense is seeking and what the operators are seeking are rapid to market, rapid to deployment technologies. but they cannot be compromising the security or the safety or indeed the effectiveness of those technologies. So ARKit feels it has a very strong role to play in that. We are a very modular approach to how you might go about protecting the sort of digital battle space and the technologies that operators and warfighters are deploying in today's modern sort of conflict environment. Everybody needs to secure their data, and that would be as applicable in a modern threat landscape to banks, to telecoms companies, to other CNI, energy supplies. So these are just as critical to the national interest as indeed the sort of front of the tip of the spear warfighter capabilities are.
However, all of this advanced technology means nothing without properly trained operators. Babcock is revolutionizing how military personnel learn to use these complex systems in real-life situations.
BITE, which is the Babcock Immersive Training Experience. It's a system we've developed over the last couple of years to deliver realism to our frontline operators, whether that's airmen, sailors, or soldiers. We've also used it for emergency services. It's a super adaptable training solution. Today, which we're going to walk inside, we've got a urban command bunker training our soldiers to be able to operate in really disrupted, difficult and dislocated locations.
How important is customer feedback to the overall process?
Massively important. So some of the original light bulb moments for the development of this system came from customers saying, hey, these are my current training issues. And it's kind of fed to where we've gone. So this is a deployable solution, it's a modular and scalable solution. And then the key piece that we really honed in on was that ability to deliver immersive but repeatable training. So you've got a preset UAV flight path here. It's flying over hostile territory. What you're looking to do is identify key capabilities that are out there. For example, that might be a suspicious vehicle at the top. And then you're going to use our Babcock vehicle recognition tool or virtual recognition tool to corroborate and positively identify what it is. Okay, so T-90, Russian main battle tank. You would then send up a sighting report. I've seen a T-90 at NAI-1. My recommendation is to engage. And then you'd report that up to your commander. Really, really important tool on the modern battlefield to get that information up to the commander as quickly as possible so they can act on it.
The future of warfare will be decided not just by who has the most advanced systems, but by who can best integrate autonomous systems, process information faster, and train their people more effectively. From the autonomous vehicles of Milram to the AI-powered decision systems of Palantir to Deal's remote carriers, we've seen how innovation is reshaping the battlefield.
Well, that's all we have time for in this episode. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next week.
As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right.
Good to go? All right, good afternoon, one and all. Welcome to today's Defense News panel discussion here at AUSA. I'm JD Durkin, a contributor here for Defense News. And this afternoon, we're taking a look at the topic at the heart of Army modernization, that is accelerating the Army's distinct technological advantage. As threats evolve at unprecedented speed, the service must rapidly adopt and integrate all emerging technologies, from AI, of course, to advanced analytics, to resilient networks and cloud-enabled operations, all with the goal of maintaining the edge. Before we begin, I would like to personally thank Booz Allen Hamilton for joining today's discussion and supporting our important one-on-one conversation all about Army's tech future. And to kick things off, I am so excited to say I am joined by Stephanie Boone Shaw. Stephanie is Senior Vice President at Booz Allen Hamilton. Stephanie, thank you for being here. Thank you for the event, and thanks for your time today.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to be here. This is a full crowd here at AUSA today. We look forward to coming and talking to you every year. And, you know, Booz Allen is happy to be a sponsor. I mean, we are building advanced technology to fast track the government's results. And we do that through ensuring efficiency, saving money, and also safeguarding America. It's very important for us.
I mean, the overall theme of emerging technology is so crucial. I wonder, are there components of emerging tech you think are most critical in order for the U.S. Army to still maintain that distinct advantage it currently has?
I mean, look around. All emerging tech is critically important today. And if you think about the challenges that the Army faces, and that, no kidding, is speed to capability at a low cost, right? If you've got emerging technology that really helps to accelerate to mission and to be affordable, quite frankly, in looking at things like using commercial dual-use tech, I think those things are important. I'll also say that technologies like edge AI and generative AI, robotics, autonomy, all of those things, secure networks, resilient networks, those are going to continue to be years from now, 10 years from now, because those are evolving so quickly.
I wonder, Stephanie, from where you're positioned, what are the biggest challenges, the biggest barriers to moving some of this crucial emerging tech from the lab to the battlefield?
Yeah, how much time do you have? I think the Army's doing a great job at really evolving those challenges and understanding what those are, right? And so as I think about the barriers, I think about it in two ways. One, the legacy of the Valley of Death is not a good one. We all, government, military, industry, have to move past that. And I think that you see with the technology that's available, the focus on rapid prototyping and all of those areas, there's definite focus and attention to that. But that Valley of Death, the life cycle needs to shorten. It has to be quicker. And if you think from a research standpoint all the way through the battle space and the edge, that has got to move quicker. The Army's doing some amazing research, industry's doing some amazing research, but it's very important to quickly equip the warfighter with technology that works today at the point of need.
Can you talk to me a bit more about that research that you were just mentioning? Kind of what do you think is most important for someone to know more about that underlying research for the general theme of emerging tech for the Army?
Yeah, so if you think about areas like quantum, if you think about areas around sensors and the resilience of sensors, if you think about biomanufacturing, an area that's really important, all of those things are, you can test things early and new technologies are going to come to play, but at the end of the day, that testing's got to be able to be piloted and it's got to be able to scale really fast.
How can the Army better organize and secure data? Data collection, the general theme of interoperability, they're so crucial. But what does that look like in terms of the lens of the Army from where you're positioned at Booz Allen Hamilton?
Yeah, data has changed our entire world, right? Somebody said, and not me, right, but data's the new oil, right? So we all know that and we understand it. But I put the data challenge in organizing data, structuring data, securing data, really up there with all of the no-kidding edge technologies and capabilities that are important to the warfighter. And I say that because data for data's sake means nothing. You really have to analyze it and transform it to information, and that's why the Army talks about information advantage and decision dominance. And I think about it in a state of data readiness. So organizations don't have all the resources to be able to do what they need to do day to day. And you really have to have a digital environment to even get to machine learning and use of like large language models and use of other AI, quite frankly. But if you look around, there are organizations that, of course, still have hard copy, right, in file cabinets and storage closets, right? So really having the resources and the needs to be able to digitally modernize your information and your data is the first step. And then once you do that, then, you can kind of move the pendulum and evolve it. But I think what's important to know is it is it's another life cycle in and of itself where data readiness really gets from the conference room all the way to the battlefield. It's so important because that data, that early data, when you are recruited, right, and when you onboard and when you train, like that whole cycle, that information follows you, and it matters then to the decisions that commanders have to make in the fight.
Perhaps the advantage to things written down in a lockbox is security, and that leads me to the general theme and broader question of not just cybersecurity, but data security as well. And I wonder how you approach the conversation of balancing the need for fast, efficient technological adoption with the inherent concerns of cybersecurity.
Adoption is the $100 million question, right? Because we can come up with the best solutions and the capabilities, but without adoption, is it going to work? It's not. Adoption means trusting the technology, right? Trusting what you have. Developing a culture of adoption is really important. And I think to do that, there are a couple of things where the Army's leaning forward and again, prototyping, piloting, and scaling technology because it's a risk, it's a balance. You want to have the right tech at the point of need at the right time, and it has to work. One thing that we can't take for granted is survivability, right, and soldier protection, and so that's an area that we need to continue to ensure that testing and that experimentation phase is really, really important. And the training, right? And so use of other technologies like digital twin, right? And like augmented reality and virtual reality to train on tech before the fight, right, before the battlefield is so important to that adoption as well and that comfort as well.
Yeah, you mentioned AR, VR. Earlier in the conversation, you mentioned AI, Gen AI. Mm-hmm. You have the world of agentic artificial intelligence as well. I wonder, what are the top tech trends that you think will most reshape Army operations?
So Booz Allen is the #1 deliverer of AI for the government today, and it's an area where we know Kidding focus on. I think we will continue to see trends in all things AI as AI evolves. Think about, AI's been around for 20 years. So think about the last 5 years since ChatGPT, and think about how, Google was all about the search, and ChatGPT is all about the solutions, but look at that evolution in a really, really short span of time. I think we're going to continue to see trends in AI. I think we're going to see trends in human-machine teaming. It's going to be really important in that autonomy and robotics play is going to be critical because, again, that really goes to the heart of survivability and ensuring our brave men and women get to come home to their friends and family.
That's amazing. Really grateful for your time, Stephanie. Round of applause here for Stephanie Boonshaw, Senior Vice President at Booz Allen Hamilton, for your time. Thank you very much for joining us. Folks, don't go anywhere. We are now shifting our focus to the Army's perspective on how leaders are driving technological transformation to maintain the edge.
All right, can everybody hear me okay? All right, welcome back everyone. I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News, and I'm joined by Brandon Pugh, Principal Cyber Advisor to the Secretary of the Army, and Lieutenant General Jeff Ray, Deputy Chief of Staff G6, U.S. Army. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today to talk about the Army's tech advantage. Not a lot of people actually know what it is you do, Mr. Pugh. It's a pretty new job within the Army. So I'd love it if you could kind of kick off, what your job is, maybe a little bit on your background, like how you came into this position. And for you, General Ray, if you could talk a little bit about what the G6 is and how you kind of tie together and work together.
Awesome. Yeah, no, happy to. Jen, really glad to be here at AUSA. I have to admit, my first AUSA, I guess I'm embarrassed to say that, but so I've been the Principal Cyber Advisor of the PCA for about 4 months. And if you're not familiar with the PCA, it is a fairly new role. We've only been around since 2020. And at its core, we're there to be the principal advisor to the Secretary of the Army as well as the Chief of Staff on all things cyber. So the statute is very prescriptive. We have 7 responsibilities, everything from how we man, train, equip, how are we doing acquisitions, how are we defending Army networks from a policy and governance perspective. And then also we have the Budget Certification Authority, which is a unique authority our office has, essentially reviewing all the money we spend on cyberspace operations. But I'm the first political appointee, so it's really fortunate to be appointed by President Trump with the support of Secretary Driscoll. We have a phenomenal Army team that's come together, awesome military partners like General Ray. So really, really glad to be in the Army.
Absolutely. General Ray.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Jen. I appreciate it. And so this is my first AUSA as the G6 of the Army. So I'm proud to be your Army G6. And so my role, the advisor to the Chief of Staff of the Army, but also I implement all the policies between the PCA, anything that he would like to see in cyber security environment, and for the Chief Information Officer, Mr. Garcia, as well. So I also do implementation of all those policies as well.
Okay. I want to ask sort of a broad question here, but the Army often talks about the speed of relevance. So from your vantage points, cyber network modernization, what are some of the biggest bottlenecks that still slow down how quickly the Army fields new technology? Is it technical, cultural, bureaucratic, a nice, lovely mix of all those things? Let's just talk at sort of the high level and on that, if you can.
I think it's all the above. I think we're in a time right now where it's a cultural shift that we're kind of walking into. there's some policies that probably need to be identified in order to be changed, in order for us to use things like AI, machine learning, large language models, those things in our space, because those are all new coming on board. So some policies will have to adjust on the way we use it, especially at the edge. And now we can talk a little deeper about how we want to use AI at the edge a little bit later. But yeah, I think across the board, it's a cultural shift, and we're getting there one day at a time.
Yeah, I think General Ray's right. This is a unique time for the Army. I don't know how many people had the opportunity to listen to Secretary Driscoll this morning, but the Army is really preparing for that future fight, making sure we stay ahead of these threats through what we call continuous transformation. And that's not just a buzzword or a simple reorganization. It is a holistic view by the Secretary and the Chief to make sure the Army is prepared for that future fight. And obviously, technology, cyber, AI, drones are all central to that. And it's really making sure we stay ahead of adversaries.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you give me an example where a program sort of broke through the friction, and what lessons you learned from that in recent experience?
Yeah. Do you want me to start off? I can talk about next generation command and control. I know everybody talks about that. So, we had tons and tons of disparate, C2 systems that were out there, 13 systems to be exact. F8 has a couple of different ones. So what we decided to do is look at an ecosystem that could potentially replace that. And next generation command and control is something that we looked at. Now that was built off of the predication of everything we did within C2 Fix. Organizations were working from 82nd, the 101st, and 25th Infantry Division did the C2 Fix portion, which really leveraged all that we learned there into what we're doing with Next Gen C2 with the 4th ID, which is our first prototype organization. So again, Next Gen C2, a full stack. What we're doing on the acceleration portion of it is we're looking at the infrastructure and the transport portion of it and how we can accelerate that across all 19 divisions in a 30-month sprint. And I believe if we can put that transport and infrastructure in place, which is the highway that we need in order for everything from the data and application layer to lay on top of that, we're going to be in a really, really good place.
Yeah, I think General Ray is right. I mean, maybe to kind of touch on something that's near and dear to my heart is AI, but specific for how AI relates to cybersecurity. And I know this could be an entire panel in itself, but I think what we're seeing in AI at the business use case at enterprise level is extraordinary. Our CIO with the G6 are doing great work. I'm really passionate about how do we move AI to operational use cases, specifically cyber. So for instance, how can AI be leveraged for cyber defense? And equally as important, how can we leverage it for cyber offense? And really seeing both sides of that. And in fairness, Army Cyber Command, I would say, is really the leader when it comes to AI and cyber. There's still significant room. We can continue to improve upon their efforts and stay ahead. But I would say, looking out at the services, it's extraordinary to see what our cybers have already done leveraging AI.
Let's pull the thread a little on the Next Gen C2 effort that you have going right now. Obviously, the 4th ID has been very busy working on this. They have kind of different sprints, iterations I think once a month that builds on developing this ecosystem and this tech stack, if you will. 25th ID is going to be doing the same. I think a little bit with 2 different prototypes, my understanding. We're working with a lot of different companies.
Prototypes between 25th and 4th
Yeah.
ID.
So this is a super ambitious effort when you talk about a 30-month sprint to get this out to 19 divisions. Talk about what you're learning so far from the 4th ID, for instance, and are they giving you confidence that you're going to be able to hit those goals when it comes to being able to field this to the broader force?
Yeah, I think they are. Again, this is we're embarking on something new. And in the process of that, we're keeping cybersecurity on the forefront of everything, just like Mr. Pugh just said. When it comes to cybersecurity, we're going to bake it in early in the process, is what we did with what's happening with 4th ID and their first application that they utilized. We saw that there was some risks. We mitigated those risks. We moved forward from there, and we were able to actually get ahead of it and still use the application as it was designed. And from there, we believe now we can move on to the next set of applications that we would like to bring in, logistics, We're looking at Intel apps that we're bringing onto the platform, and then we're going to assess those, and we're going to move forward from there. And I believe we can then move on to other organizations at the end of IB, the sprints that we're doing with IB.
IB Sting.
IB Sting. Yes, correct. So thank you.
I guess too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in terms of the cybersecurity risks that you were talking about, there was a memo that came out recently. So I'm hoping that you can address that a little bit further in terms of, how you address cybersecurity deficiencies, and risk. This is obviously a program that's going very quickly, and you're still at a pretty early phase here, if you will, but it's moving quick. So how do you, how will you continue to address those cybersecurity risks, and what are you, currently concerned about, as you move forward? You may have resolved some of the present risks, but how do you kind of continue to address and keep learning from that?
Sure. I mean, what we did was we burnt down everything that we built in the beginning, and we built a new process and a new environment in order to create better security measures across the board. That's what we actually did, and that's what we'll continue to do. We have a team that stood up to overwatch all this now. Now, the Army Data Operations Center is going to be our kind of a data team that's going to overlook that for the entire Army across the board. So we're putting measures in place to mitigate all those potential problems that may come about going forward.
Yeah, and General Ray actually said something in his first answer I just want to kind of flesh out too. It's really making sure as we're doing a new capability, making sure security is designed really by default and by design. So is security started at the very beginning, and how is it being infused throughout? And it should iterate. I actually think it's a good day if we detect a vulnerability and we remedy that's great. It's important to do it early on and now continue to fine-tune the product, which is what we've seen really throughout a lot of your efforts.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you like to find it out earlier rather than us outfitting 19 divisions?
100%.
Oh, 100%.
Exactly.
So we're there. Yeah. We're doing a good job at it. I'm proud of the team.
That's a very, very good point. I'm going to open up the aperture again. Let's talk about AI, because I know that you guys are very excited to do that. I know that AI at the tactical edge that's going to be a big challenge. What is real right now when you talk about AI at the tactical edge? What's being tested or deployed, that shows real promise when it comes to, contested electromagnetic or denied environment? And you look ready to answer that.
No, I'm happy to. I mean, I come at everything from a fairly narrow lens because, cyber is what I know. And I think it's important to remind everybody, I know this audience here is very sophisticated, but AI is not new as a field. It's been around for a long time. And equally as important, we've seen AI being leveraged for cybersecurity purposes for well over a decade. What I think is really exciting is the rise of generative AI has continued to put emphasis on how can it help in security context. And the military has really jumped on that. We're not looking to kind of be behind where historically in other contexts perhaps we have. General Barrett's team and our cyber has really looked heavily on how can AI be leveraged for defense. I think just as an example, we have millions and millions points of data coming in really every single day. How do we now go through that to identify what is a potential threat, what's a potential risk, and then prioritize a response? I think that's key. And one of the capabilities we've seen nearly a 90% success rate at detecting an abnormality. That's something perhaps it would take a human significantly longer if they would catch it at all. And I'm a true believer that AI shouldn't replace that defender, at least not now, but it can be a huge adjunct. At our core, people are still, and our soldiers and our civilians are still core. How can AI be leveraged to really fuel their work? And then how can it help with the skill gap? Obviously, we're trying to work to a scenario where we have, basic, senior, and master operators and their civilian counterparts. How can AI help bring down those skill sets and maybe bridge that gap between somebody who's perhaps not a master yet but is getting there? And, a lot of times people shy away from offensive cyber. This administration has not. We've seen White House leaders really lean into how we can be leveraging cyber for offense. I think there's applications for AI to help there too. How can we look for potential exploits or vulnerabilities in a network that's not one of our own?
Yeah. I mean, I agree with Mr. Pugh on everything there. It's about decision making, how quickly we can make decisions faster on the battlefield. So even at the right at the edge of the battlefield, I mean, we have unmanned systems that are flying. Can we identify them early in the process? Are they friendly, foe? And what can we do in order to stop those from potentially causing harm to our soldiers that's on the battlefield? It's about improving operational resilience on the battlefield. That's another point. And then obviously we have to maintain the competitive advantage because we know what the adversaries are trying to do right now.
Okay. What are the biggest technical challenges? Is it compute, data, bandwidth, trust? Talk about some of the challenges that you're facing when you look at this type of capability.
One of the biggest ones for us always is going to be transport, right? And especially at the edge. When we look at the battlefield, my team and I, we look at it in like 3 specific areas. So what's happening on the X, where the action is taking place on the real far edge, and what type of bandwidth is required there. And that's probably where our most limited amount of bandwidth is actually at. And so how much processing power do we need there? Then we look at the Y, is where divisions sit, and what processing power do they need, what type of analytics do they need in order to process there. But more importantly, if you look further back on the Z, kind of where the core, the ASCCs are operating from, that's a lot of bandwidth we can utilize there. So that's how we're trying to frame it out on what type of bandwidth, because that's where we can move data at echelon. And that's what we're trying to do in this data-centric environment.
Yeah, I think General Ray lays out some of the technical challenges very well. Maybe one that's not technical, that's just something maybe all would struggle with, is adoption, is getting people to say we have these extraordinary capabilities, to not be fearful of them and lean into them. And I would say under both of our leaders, the chief as well as the secretary, they are not shy to that. We've seen some of these capabilities being fielded in actual units. Gone are the days where these are just theories and perhaps in years later they'd go to an actual practice. We're looking to put these in actual units, and then more importantly, see, are they actually working? And if they're not working, how can we continue to fine tune them? That way they can one day be fielded across the Army.
When you talk about transport and the challenges there, what are some of the things you're looking at as possible solutions? What have you kind of seen out there in the landscape that might help you solve those things?
Well, I'm just going to talk from types of bandwidth instead of specific capabilities. So, we're looking at obviously Wi-Fi, 5G on the battlefield. We're looking at, LEO. And we are still going to look at another area to build out our resilient comms is GEO as well. We're not going to just negate that at all just because we have LEO out there, which is a lot more resilient, but we still need that as a backup in the event that our adversaries try to get after that constellation itself. So that's what we're looking at across the board and kind of building out these Wi-Fi bubbles on the battlefield. And we also going to end up looking at, like the Vice Chief of Staff of the Army spoke this morning at the Cohen breakfast. He talks about, hey, is there a possibility for us to look on the edge at pucks on a truck, kind of reducing the number of radios in our formation? Is something he wants us to look at, so we're looking at that as well.
Okay. Another thing that kind of comes to mind is, the cloud architecture. Sure. Cloud it can be expensive. So are there alternatives that you're looking at? Cloud is actually, a great opportunity as well in terms of transporting, but is there anything kind of novel or new that's on the horizon that could help get after like the cost curve when it comes to the use of cloud architecture?
Yeah, maybe at a high level, I would say is our partnerships with industry is key. I don't know how many people listened to the Secretary's talk this morning, but really one of the many things that I think was really neat that he said was we had an AI TTX, or a tabletop exercise at the Pentagon recently, where we brought, I believe he said, 15 CEOs and C-suites to the Pentagon to help us see how can we be leveraging AI across the service. That's extraordinary. To see top-tier talent come to the Pentagon and help us solve problems, I think is what we need to be doing and leading into. And I say that because cloud's just one example. A lot of these challenges, industry has largely figured out, or they have an innovation. Now the question is, how can we lean on them? How can we bring their capabilities in? And then equally as important, this isn't just our largest companies. Yes, do they have a home too? Of course. But we also need these small venture-backed companies that may be 3 or 4 people that have a novel innovation to get at some of these cost challenges, bandwidth challenges, or just technical challenges.
Okay. That's a great segue to talk a little bit about the Army's new FUSE program, where you are adopting more of a venture capital approach to things, fast bets, fast failures, scaling the winners. So how do you see that playing out in reality? I mean, this is just very recently launched. Who has the authority, the budget? What are you going to focus on? If you could elaborate a little on that program.
Yeah, Fuse is really exceptional, and I would say this is only, somebody can fact check me, but I'd say 2 weeks old at this point, maybe 3. So I mentioned continuous transformation earlier. How is the Army preparing for that future battlefield? A key part of that is acquisition, because everything we're talking about today is going to be challenged or slow if we cannot figure out acquisition and get these capabilities in the hands of a warfighter quickly. We don't have the luxury of time. We can't spend 4 or 5 years, researching, perhaps fielding it, and then getting it to a soldier. It has to be quick. And that's what Fuse is looking to do, is adopting a venture capital mindset. It's and consolidating. Previously, we had 4 innovation pathways, putting them under a single umbrella. And this is not just a consolidation. We're looking to have a potential product to a funding pipeline within 10 days and a prototype in the hands of a soldier within 30 to 45 days. And for anybody that knows the Pentagon, 30 to 45 days of having a prototype in the hands of a soldier is extraordinary. And that's what we're looking to do. And there's 4 initial priority areas, but it's not say we're limited to those 4. And that's power generation, UAS, counter-UAS, and electronic warfare. To really break through what has traditionally been a very bureaucratic process.
Yeah, and also, AI at the edge is going to be one of those initiatives that we're looking at with this team of folks that's going to try to get something into the hands of the soldiers within that 30 to 45 days. So AI at the edge is coming.
Yeah, and I would say one quick follow-up is anybody that's listening, I think the takeaway is the Army is looking for partners. And if you're sitting in the audience, you're like, I'm not sure where to begin. I have a unique capability, but I'm not a massive company. There's a home potentially for you here. And I think Fuse is likely that home.
Well, talk about what you're doing at AUSA. You are actually hearing from venture capital.
Similar like Shark Tank, right?
Yeah.
We're doing those. So we're going to hear from them exactly what they can offer in order to meet our demands that we're asking for. So we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I think as a quick follow-up to that, historically, for those that have been in the Army for a while or followed the Army, look, we've identified a problem, then we've went out and looked for solutions. That is not what we're looking to do. We're looking for industry to help find problems for us, offer solutions. We might not even know we have the problem to begin with, but that's exactly what we need. We need to shift that balance.
Yeah. I wanted to talk a little bit about integrating data networks across the Army and the Joint Force. Both your offices deal with that. So how close are you truly to like a data-centric operations where soldiers and commanders can access and trust data from multiple sources in real time?
Yeah. So data is a new ammunition, that, right? So, but from a data-centric perspective, there was really 3 imperatives that came with us getting to a data-centric environment. One was robust transport. I think we're there. I think we're doing very well at that particular piece of it. The others was to be, cloud enabled, to have a sort of a catcher's mitt on where our data is and resides. And I think we've made some decisions by this particular AI team coming together and looking, and we have now a authoritative data source that our Chief Information Officer has put out on where all our data will be stored. Can we do that regionally? That'll be great. If we can do that and we can replicate on those, that'll be great. The last part is how do we get our identity, credential, and access management, attribute-based access control, tagging and labeling of data. When we get to that point, and we're very close, I think now we're going to reach that data-centric environment that we're looking for. And we're getting real close.
How is the Army aligning its data network modernization efforts with the Joint All-Domain Command and Control effort? Where are the seams?
Sure. You want to take that? Okay, yeah. So Project Convergence is our real seam to get into anything that we do with All-Domain Command Control. That's where we really make our bread and butter, is when we go to Project Convergence, because that's where we converge all of the different services together. That's where we experiment and we exercise all those pathways to get there. So that's what we use in order to fuse what we're doing across the board, from fires to intel to logistics and sustainment. So we use it all in that environment.
What are you hoping to learn from the upcoming Project Convergence? I know that's still months and months away, but what's on your list for things that you would really like to assess during the next round, I mean, obviously Project Convergence is a year-round effort. You're doing smaller things as you lead up to the capstone. But what are some of the focus areas in your perch that you're leading up to?
This next round is going to be all about next generation command and control as we bring it on board from what Fourth ID has learned over IV Sting and other operations. That's where we're going to lead right into that. So everything there and how that actually converges with things like Maven smart systems that use at the COCOM level, and then everything that JADC2 brings to the table as well.
Another question on AI. As it proliferates, how is the Army balancing innovation with cybersecurity and responsible AI principles, and what governance mechanisms are in place to prevent what's called AI sprawl, if you will?
Yeah. No, Jen, I think you tee it up. I think the balance is key. The way I look at it is, look, I'm an AI optimist for anybody that knows me. I truly believe in the technology. That doesn't mean there's not risk with it. And look, we see adversaries already looking and experimenting on ways they can exploit AI in two ways. I think adversaries have an interest in going after the infrastructure of AI, but they also have an interest in seeing how they can leverage AI for cybersecurity attacks and incidents. We see that playing out. I think that's incumbent on the Army then to stay ahead of that. What are our efforts to prevent that? And how are we leveraging AI to defend and perhaps even go after adversaries? I think that balance is key. I will say a word of caution. Some people rush into aggressive regulation and limitations of AI. Our adversaries are not going to respect whatever guardrails we put in place. That's not saying we don't have any. I do realize we live in a unique country. We should have guardrails, but China or any other adversary is not going to respect that. So we don't want to inadvertently limit our uses of AI for potential defense and offense at the same time. So really going back to that balance, I think is key. And I think to a large extent, the Department of War has done a good job of striking that balance and really in line of what the White House has done in their recent AI impact strategy coming from the White House. It's really clear. We're going to lean on AI, really maximize its uses, but not ignore some of the risks that are present.
And Jen, what we're trying to do and make sure we do stay secure in that area is to air gap our systems from the larger internet itself, so that we're not giving away our secrets either. So we're doing that air gap to make sure, and between Mr. Pugh and Mr. Garcia, they're making sure that we stay safe in that area as well.
What are lessons from Ukraine about resilience and cyber defense that are informing how the Army designs networks and defends the tactical edge?
Yeah, it's all about signal, cyber, EW. So we're looking in those spaces to ensure that one, we build a resilient network. Two, that we defend it from a cybersecurity perspective. And from an EW, we know that that's the area that our adversaries are going to come after. Now, I wrote a paper a couple months back talk about the battlefield. Most believe the battlefield is over there, but it's over here 24/7. The reason why I really stressed EW in that particular paper that I wrote was because most people believe that the frequencies that we use forward is the only thing that you need to be thinking about. But I want people to think more about that our traffic lights, our grocery store scanners, our banks, all those things still work on frequencies and can be interrupted by our adversaries. So we have to protect those and bake in cybersecurity in those areas as well. Because if we're going to get from the fort to the port to the fight, all those environments have to be protected across the board. I just don't want to think that the fight is only over there. It's over here 24/7. And I'm sure you can add a little bit to that.
I think General Ray's right. And let me say, his paper is great. The first time I actually learned about his paper was at another conference. And I walked in, there was like a 10-foot by 10-foot banner of his face. I'm like, well, I have to get a photo. And it was advertising his new article. No, but General Ray is right. Two things kind of stand out to me is too oftentimes for too long, we've really just seen cyber as an isolated capability, something that just rests at Gordon or Fort Meade. And while a lot of operations happen there, this is a blurring domain. How can we leverage cyber at the edge? How are we blurring cyber capabilities with electronic warfare? These are not discrete domains. There's an increased emphasis on seeing how they can complement each other. Ukraine has showed that. It really has. I'd say secondly, it's also important to say, this isn't just a Department of War issue. General Ray was spot on. our adversaries are intent on leveraging cyber against us on a daily basis. Some we don't see, some we do see, and there's a large risk there to the American way of life. Perhaps going after a critical infrastructure, but in a military context, how could it impact our ability to mobilize troops and equipment in a time of conflict? That's what I'm really concerned with, and that can't happen. And for anybody that's interested in that, the Army Cyber Institute for many years has been doing studies on this. They pick 2 major cities each year to say, well, if there was a cybersecurity incident across all these 2 cities, what would be the impact? And the results were startling. It showed there could be actual implications to our ability to move tanks to a theater environment.
Yeah, that's actually really terrifying. What is the Army doing to contribute to, this hardening, if you will, on the forward side? We often talk about the tactical edge. That's where we're focused. But can you talk a little bit more about what the Army is doing to help contribute to protecting us here?
Sure. Yeah. Cool. No, I would just say, the good and bad about the Army is we're really geographically spread out. We have bases all over the country, and we rely on private critical infrastructure operators to a large extent. So think for those that might not resonate with you, think our water, our gas, electricity. In an overwhelming majority of cases, those are private operators. So if there's a disruption to one of those private operators, how is that impacting one of our bases? And I think that puts a lot of pressure on us. One of the things is that we need to have a close relationship with the interagency. Realizing this is not just a Department of War issue. How are we working with CISA and the Department of Homeland Security? How are we working with energy? Even with state on the diplomatic side. This is a holistic issue that requires a holistic response. I think that's one. It's also incumbent on us is what forces do we have at our disposal? So obviously I didn't say this in my opening, but I'm still an Army Reservist, so I'm very passionate about the Army Reserves and Guard. But I say that because those folks are awfully living in their community, are cyber experts. How can we leverage their expertise to help respond to potential incidents against our critical infrastructure and get at some of the legal authorities that might be challenging to active duty Title 10 forces? I think there's extraordinary potential there, and we have some strong successes we can point to, but seeing how that becomes common practice, not just a handful of states.
And Jen, to add to that a little bit is that operational technology now falls under the G6. But Army Cyber, under General Barrett and her team, are the ones that do the execution of operational technology. So we are looking at critical infrastructure. We're also working at G357 as well, because they do a portion of that. So we're looking across the board on all things critical infrastructure.
Okay. What's working and not working when it comes to attracting and retaining top talent to get after some of these areas, both uniformed and civilian?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. Yeah, I promise we did not coordinate in advance, but if you had to get to my top 4 priorities, we probably have gotten to all of them. But I say that sincerely because people and structures are key. The Secretary was spot on today. Of course, he's my boss, but that aside, really at our core, we are a people business. And that is our uniform members as well as our civilian members. And we take that to heart when it comes to cyber. We realize we're going up against cyber companies and tech companies that can offer higher paychecks. The mission that we offer is unparalleled. But we've also done, some concrete steps to also combat that. For those that aren't familiar, we have something called the CES, or the Cyber Expected Service Program, to offer special recruiting incentives, specific pathways to enter into government service. I think that's key. It's also how are we retaining the soldiers we have and the civilians we have? What is their upward progression? So they're not thinking, well, let me get out of my uniform or my civilian role to go to a critical or a private sector operator. I think that's key for us. And it's also, I think, a third part of that is how are we increasing their expertise when they're in the role? What does a pipeline look like to go between basic, senior, and master? That way an operator continues to progress in their career field.
Yeah, I think what's changing daily is people are now getting a chance to do their actual job. And I think that's going to be the key to keeping them around longer is that they actually have the hands on keyboard, and that's a great thing.
And I would say that's a unique thing. We were Sergeant Major and I were talking about this earlier. That's the unique thing about the Signal and Cyber Corps. Obviously, we need our, no matter what your branch is in the Army, this is everybody is in the same fight. But Signal and Cyber, you are on the fight and you're on a keyboard on a daily basis. You don't have to leave the United States to be doing super solid things for this country. And I think that's something we need in the Signal and Cyber Corps. People to know that, day one, you're going to be going against a potential adversary or a potential threat actor.
Just relatedly, we were talking about this a little offline ahead of this panel, but what are some of the tools you're starting to see, whether it's in AI or that help train those professionals be better at their jobs, say, you know, as cyber defender, if you will, or somebody working in cyber offense, for instance. How are you potentially seeing opportunities for AI to, you know, either help train or help them do their jobs better, or any other tools that you're eyeing?
Yeah, go ahead. That's your arena.
No, I think there's maybe 3 concrete examples, but for the sake of time, maybe I'll touch on maybe one of them. I think we've seen simulated training environments that mimic a real-world environment, and we can have AI be iterative. So as a defender takes a prescribed action, we can see, you know, an AI agent take a different action they might not be expecting in real time, going against an adversary that might hopefully be even more sophisticated than a real-world adversary, and getting that hands-on keyboard experience before it's an actual adversary they're going against. I think that's key. I think also, how do we complement a human operator with AI agents? And I'd say that's really the future of where I'm personally passionate about is, you know, not saying an AI agent should be the only part of it, but they can be complementing a human. Take prescribed courses of action, either in a defense or an offensive environment, perhaps before we have a human on keyboard, realizing that, you know, we're up against adversaries that have tons of individuals on keyboard. How do we close that gap between our, what I would say, best trained soldiers with the technology, and really blending those two?
Yeah, the other thing I would tell you is in requirements, you know, we had hundreds and thousands of requirement documents, and we used AI to help us kind of look across all those documents and see where some duplicate efforts were. Yeah. And we were able to reduce the number of requirements documents that we had across the board. So that's a big one that I think has really helped us push forward.
Yeah. And I would say the takeaway for me is, look, AI, I always like to say, is not the silver bullet for everything. I think there's this temptation is throw a little AI at it, or just add AI to your marketing activity. You have to be relevant. You know, I'm a firm believer AI can help in a lot of cases. It may not be the 100% solution for everything. It is taking that balanced approach to say, where do we have deficiencies, or how can it further enable a human? I think that's where we need to take that calculus and inventory.
Yeah, I mean, especially with all that data flowing in on the battlefield, like that's just, I mean, how else are you going to do it?
There's no shortage of data. That's for sure.
AI, aggregation of information. That's how I look at it.
I like it. I'm stealing that.
What is one technology area that's still underrated but could sort of redefine how the Army might operate in some ways in the next 5 years? What are you eyeing as very emerging?
Wow. Yeah. Go. Yeah, I mean, the risk of not having a fully thought out answer, I can say something I'm very passionate about. If you're not tracking the 11th Cyber Battalion at Fort Gordon, you should be. I think it's one of the neatest units for many reasons, but one that stands out is their work at really combining cyber and EW, really getting at what we like to think as tactical cyber. How do we bring cyber to the front line versus just sitting back in Fort Gordon or Meade? I'm not saying that to diminish those functions. We need those functions, but it shouldn't be seen as cyber's a last resort. How can this be an option that's on the battlefield in an embedded team at perhaps a corps or a division level? That's really interesting, and we see many of our private sector partners that are thinking through how their products can enable such an action. So I know I'll be personally excited to see how that'll play out in the next year, perhaps 2 years.
Yeah, mine would be, it's all about data management. We don't have a data problem. We have a data management problem, and I want help from industry and everyone else to help us figure out how to ensure we can manage our data going forward, because it's only going to get larger and larger, more and more petabytes of data across the board. So it's all about data.
All right. Well, with that, you've talked about dedicated data formations.
Yes.
So what are the pros and cons of that, of creating those? What are some of your ideas for this type of concept?
Yeah, I mean, as next generation command and control comes on board, as we look across how we're going to move data through that type of new ecosystem that we're creating, we have to have someone that can and will be able to oversee and manage that data. Is the reason why we've been thinking very heavily on creating these Army Data Operation Center or commands that we can go ahead and look at that across the board. And we believe that will be not only in one theater, but it'll be across all of our theaters, so we can manage data in all those aspects, because we'll be linking in not only with Army data, joint data, coalition data, and COCOM data, because at the end of the day, we're fighting in the COCOM environment. We must link into them. So you have to go from your Army environment to your joint environment, to your coalition, and into your COCOM environment. So that's how we're going to be looking at data across the board.
Okay. Well, if you stood up such formation, under can you talk a little bit more about, what kind of chain of command or authority would it reside, and, if you have a centralized data core, for instance, is the distributed function embedded within existing units? Like, how are you looking at that chain of command and how?
Yeah, so all that is going to be flushed out here in the next couple of weeks. We're going to put the teams together to kind of flush that out. So I'm not going to really speculate on what the team will come out with after they take a look at it.
Any news?
I don't want to break any news right now, but it's coming.
All right, excellent. In terms of one policy, like if you could change one policy tomorrow that would accelerate innovation, what would it be? What is like the biggest thorn in your side?
Good stuff. I'll give you the hard question. Give me the hard. You get to go first in this one.
I get to go on hard. So the one thing I would like to see, and if you think back at if we're going to achieve data centricity, it was all really about how do we move data across all of our enclaves, NIPR, SIPR, JWICS. How do we move data from one end to the other? If we can find a way within that environment to actually use identity, credential access management, attribute-based access control to really look at the security of the data, that's the policy that I would like to change, is to secure at the data layer, reduce at the transport layer.
Yeah, I would say maybe starting at a very high level is, what is the relationship between Army Cyber and U.S. Cyber Command? And I think that's key, is really looking at how do the services support U.S. Cyber Command from the man, train, equip function, making sure that Cyber Command has the right individuals who have the right training and the right expertise. And it's easy to talk about it just in the context of the Army, but we need to remember, we have the Navy feeding up, the Air Force feeding up, and there's a lot that go into it. Man, train, equip is only one aspect of it. We have the budget considerations of how does funding work between Cyber Command and the services. We have the acquisition components, and I'd say there's continued interest in making sure that relationship and that dynamic is fully fleshed out. Similar to what we saw with, the special operations model. It took a long time to get to that point and to mature. I would say cyber that's where we are now. I think it's essential to get it right to make sure structures are not our barrier to staying ahead in cyber.
I wanted to ask a little bit more about, we've had some big changes when it comes to, deactivating Army Futures Command and setting up, T2COM, the new Transformation and Training Command. There's a lot of work that Army Futures Command was doing in the realm of, Next Gen C2, as well as, a lot of the things that we've been talking about today. How do you see the new command structure sort of enabling what you want to accomplish?
I think it will continue to enable. I think the organization, by putting those two organizations together, only enhances what we're going to do across the board. And by having the training and now the transformation portion together, we can start at the lowest echelon and actually move that training and transformation all the way to all our formations, our 19 divisions that are out there. So I see nothing more than us creating a better environment in order to do all the things we were already doing.
Yeah, I would say General Ray is closer to this than me, but I would say just, being 4 months in the job, it's been really refreshing to see how close T2COM is and their leadership with our acquisition community. And I think that's really essential to have. There should be, one of the same and constant dialogue. And I think we see that actually unfolding, especially as a new command has stood up.
All right. I want to give you an opportunity to go into some final thoughts, anything that I haven't asked about that you want to make sure that you highlight. So General Ray, I'm going to start with you.
No, I just want to say thanks, Jen, for this, and thanks to everybody for listening today. We are on a trajectory. We will continue to transform the Army across the board. General George and the Secretary has given us our marching orders on going there. We're going to need industry to really partner with us on this endeavor. And AI and machine learning, large language models, cloud, all those things are going to play a big role in everything that we do going forward. So thank you so much, and hope to see you all throughout the AUSA.
Jen, I would echo what General Ray has said. We're at a unique window here in the Army. Continuous transformation is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make sure we're prepared for that future fight. And that is really at the core of what we're doing. Everything from what General Ray talked about in terms of some of his reconfigurations, the data structures, that is all going back to continuous transformation, making sure we're as prepared as possible. Really, as evidence of that is the Secretary and the Chief's leadership. They've identified $40 billion of savings over the course of 5 years. And that, sometimes hard decisions to cease procurement in certain areas, but then reinvesting that into what we need for that future fight. That is really where we are. And I'd say it's a really exciting time to be in the Army, why I'm so excited to be on the Army team. But I would say for anybody listening, the soldiers, the civilians, and the industry partners in the audience, we need them. It's easy for General Ray and I to be up here and just be leaders at the Pentagon. Ultimately, we're representing and working with everybody here. And this is really a team effort.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me here at AUSA, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your show, and thank everyone for being here as well. I'd like to also thank Booz Allen Hamilton for supporting this important conversation here at the AUSA annual meeting. And for continued coverage of Army modernization and emerging technology, visit defensenews.com for full reporting of AUSA. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, Jen.
Appreciate it. Yeah, this is great. Thank you.
you.
Hi, I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News, and I am here with Brian Stream of Vermeer, CEO of Vermeer. Brian, talk to us a little bit about your background and how you fell into the defense industry.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me, Jen. So my background's a little strange. I went to NYU Film School. I studied cinematography, movie producing, and for a while I used to, I produced independent movies and TV commercials and things like that. And I kind of got into this via a strange method. In 2013, I saw a little video of a little drone flying on YouTube, and I kind of thought, damn, that'd be really cool to put a camera on it. This was before DJI Phantoms had cameras, and I ended up buying a very big, expensive Swedish drone with the idea of, kind of renting it to my Hollywood film friends and filming movies with it. So I ended up buying a big, expensive Swedish drone. The drone crashed maybe the first week of having it. And fortunately I got a very large check from the insurance company. And then I bought a strange Estonian drone. And then and then I was one of the first legal drone operators in America. I had a 333 exemption. I think I was number 5 or 6 in the country. And then for a couple years, from like 2014 to 2018, I probably had like the biggest drone cinematography service company in the world. We did Spielberg movies, we did Marvel movies, we did movies that won Best Picture at the Academy Awards. And then, it was a very brutal, terrible business. We were making decent money, but logistics problems, regulation problems. It was a service business. It was, we were using technology, but it was hard to scale and duplicate. So I started to build software to essentially help drone cinematographers get more precise drone footage. And essentially one day I fired my entire drone service company except for the 1 or 2 software engineers I had, and I started to build this software product. And then in 2019 I was sad and desperate in Buffalo, New York.
Sounds like a movie.
It sounds like a common scenario. And I met a guy who was worked for Techstars, which is like a technology accelerator. And Techstars was hired by the U.S. Air Force essentially to find innovative technology companies. And he told me, I showed him what I was doing. He told me that the Air Force would be very interested in what I was doing. And I kind of was like, what are you joking? Doesn't the Air Force have this already? Like, if you're coming to me for help, we're in a lot of trouble. And he said, you would be surprised. And he told me that the application for his program closed in 20 minutes. So I got up from the table, filled out this application, and then a month later I moved to Boston from New York, and I was part of this U.S. Air Force funded Techstars program where they essentially took me and 9 other companies and it was designed to inject us into the bloodstream of the DoD. and that was kind of my foray of how I got started.
All right. I mean, that's very interesting. We often hear about how hard it is for small non-traditional companies to get in this way. So it's nice that you were approached as opposed to having to knock on many doors. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I did have to knock on many doors. I mean, when I first got here, when I first got into Boston at this program, I realized that the DoD has $1 trillion. How do I get them to give me some of it? And I have a very simple rule of sales, which is you can't sell stuff to people if they don't know you exist. So what I did was I realized every DoD email ends in .mil. So I went, that's interesting. And I built a tool that scraped every .mil email address off of Google, and I sent 50,000 cold emails.
I'll need that.
Sorry?
I think we all need that.
Yeah, and then for the next 9 months, I had about 2,000 cold phone calls with people at the DoD. I mean, it was brutal. And doing that amount, that's a Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. every day. That's all I was doing. I was just kind of introducing myself, and I was asking people what their biggest problem was. And everyone told me their biggest problem was GPS denied navigation. And this was in 2020. So this drone cinematography tool I was building, I kind of thought to myself, I think if I tweak it a little bit and I talk about it a little bit differently, I actually think I have a way to solve this GPS problem. And my first year, I probably won like $6 or $7 million of like non-dilutive capital from the Air Force. And then, 2 years later, a big land war broke out in Europe, where the first thing to disappear in Ukraine was GPS.
So how did you get your capability into Ukraine? I know that that's your next step here. So talk about how you managed to get into the country with your capability and get in front of the right people there.
How do what do? You take a train. I mean, I think part of my thing is because I'm an outsider, since I don't know the typical path. I'm naive, and my naivete is somehow my superpower, because I'm just I don't really know maybe we should, this thing we're building for war, maybe we should go test it out in the war. But yes, you could fly to Warsaw. I was in Riga, Latvia, doing an integration with a company, and I decided to fly to Warsaw, got on a train, and I took a train from Warsaw into Kyiv. Didn't know anyone. And I thought, okay, this is easy. They don't have GPS. My thing provides GPS. I'll be there for 2 weeks. I'll make $1 zillion, and I'll go home. I've lived there now for 2 years. I have a team of 5 or 6 full-time folks there. When I first got there, didn't know who to contact. So what did I do? I went on LinkedIn, and I searched for hashtag Ukrainian defense and other things, and I started to find, and I would just reach out cold to people. If you don't know what else to do, reach out cold to people and see what sticks.
Can you talk about the type of, I know that there's some things that you can't discuss. This capability is being used in operations in Ukraine. But talk about some of the lessons that you are learning and how that is, causing you to adapt your technology and think about your technology and what's kind of next for you when it comes to this capability that you're developing.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of broad strokes. It's very hard to kind of, I think my big lesson from Ukraine, from a high level, is fighting a war and also trying to innovate at the same time are just two brutally challenging things to do. You kind of need to have the innovation already there and the new tools. If you're working with stupid simple drones and then trying to build AI computer vision on top of it, you're falling behind. It's a very bad situation. It's just too much stuff to do. There's not enough hours in the day and stuff like that. In terms of kind of just so we build a vision navigation system that helps drones navigate where there's GPS jamming and spoofing. And the reality is it requires doing this a lot. You need to fire drones a lot. You need to then collect them. You need to look at data. You need to test them in real jam. in America, like, are you going to be at White Sands for the experiments? Oh, well, it was in June, you missed it, but there's always next year. It's like, no, we need to do this 5 times a week to figure it out. Building products like this that actually work. They take 10 years to develop sometimes, the way we do things, but if you do it in a place where you're able to fire drones constantly at high speeds, low altitudes, high altitudes, you could just compress that 10 years into 6 months if you just do it every day. So it just kind of the doing it a lot just yields all sorts of benefits.
What's the feedback from users in Ukraine when it comes to using what you have? I mean, how is this serving them? Is it helping with targeting? And what are some of the things that have been useful when it comes to?
I mean, they're very, very pleased with the results. They wish it were cheaper, but there's kind of like. Do you want it to be cheap and not work, or do you want it to be a little bit more expensive and work?
Describe what this capability is. Can you talk about what does it look like?
Yeah, sure.
And, without divulging your secret sauce, what is the capability inside?
Yes. Yeah, sure. So my company, we essentially build so the problem is that in a conflict zone, Ukraine, Russia, or the Chinese have sophisticated abilities. They essentially have satellite dishes they go put on the ground that essentially pump the environment with fake GPS signals. And all of our missiles, all of our drones, all of our ground vehicles, all of our UGVs, USVs, they all use GPS. But all these systems essentially designed to essentially spoof it, meaning manipulate the reality of GPS. So you think you're at this altitude, but really you're about to crash into the ground, or they just turn off GPS entirely. And they're doing it, we're doing it. So at the front, there's no GPS. A lot of systems require GPS to initialize. So we could send some of America's fanciest systems we could send over there, but those fancy systems usually require GPS just to turn on. So you can't even turn them on. So essentially my company, we build a little box. The box has 2 to 4 simultaneously running daytime or nighttime cameras. Those cameras go into a little NVIDIA computer with our software on it. Attached to the computer is an IMU, and attached to the computer is a little hard drive that has a previously acquired 3D terrain satellite map database or celestial database. In this case, we're doing mostly terrain navigation. So essentially, as the drone flies through the environment, the cameras see the terrain, and in real time, there's a deep neural network that matches what the camera sees to the previously loaded 3D terrain map database. It's like facial recognition. When you buy your iPhone, you take a couple photos of your face, and 5 years later, you're older, you're fatter, you're wearing sunglasses, you've grown a beard. It still knows it's you. So even if there's a lot of change in the terrain, it's still able to kind of figure out your position. And you can't jam it, you can't spoof it. It doesn't emit or receive any signal. It works daytime, nighttime. We have a box that goes on top that essentially looks up at the position of celestial objects for over water navigation as well. And the applicability of that is obviously for not just drones, but UGVs and USVs as well.
Okay. You've had a lot of experience in Ukraine. Is that helping you make some headway, say, with the U.S. military in terms of getting that back to them and seeing if they're more up for taking on your technology now that you've spent a lot more time fleshing it out in an actual operational environment like this where it's really challenging?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I probably, it's strange, but living over there for 2 years with my team and we probably just have more expertise than anyone in the world, barring maybe a few other people, on kind of integrating, vision navigation system into aerial platforms and actually deploying them in an actual, in a jammed and spoofed environment. So yes, I'm working on several programs at the DoD where they have told me, well, we looked around and we tried to figure out who the hell knows anything about this stuff, and your name keeps on popping up. And I also have, probably 40 plus customers. A lot of those customers are either other nation states or U.S. drone manufacturers. But being in Ukraine has given me a lot. It's excelled my my technology's capability. Shown that it's effective, and also just like doing this stuff is not easy. I mean, we now we know how to walk the walk, and that's important to customers that are building large drone platforms with billion-dollar programs behind them.
What are the opportunities that you're eyeing when you see, we're at an Army conference, so what are some of the opportunities that you're eyeing that the Army may be pursuing right now where this would fit?
There are probably dozens of large drone programs right now that the Army is pursuing that are loitering munition missiles, one-way attack drones, ISR drones. Everything needs GPS. Every robot needs GPS, and every robot is going to encounter in future conflict a lack of GPS. So there's more than enough opportunities out there.
You have a technology, but what are some of the things that, you see as challenges potentially for scalability? I mean, if this is something that could go on so many things, how are you thinking about, the future if this really takes off, how you build it at scale?
Well, building, scale is a funny what does scale mean? Scale means like, putting 1 joule of energy into something and getting 20 joules in return or whatever. So, our device is pretty simple to manufacture. We could assemble 1 box in 8 minutes. It's a little computer. It's all NDA compliant, off the shelf computer, camera, and IMU. It's 3 or 4 components, and then you screw those components into a little box, and that's it.
Are you doing the assembly in Ukraine as you go?
Right now, we're assembling them in Europe, and we're assembling them in New York.
Okay, excellent. Vermeer, that is a Dutch painter.
Yes.
Talk about why you named your company after a Dutch painter.
Well, it maybe made a little more sense when we were kind of trying to sell into this artistic market, but Vermeer was a 17th century Dutch artist, and the thing about him was he was very, very good at capturing light and painting light in a very photorealistic way, unlike some of his contemporaries. So we kind of think that artists they may just kind of possess some sort of magic in their eyes, in their brain, in their muscles, but some people have theorized that maybe he didn't possess this magic. Maybe he was more of kind of like a mechanical tinkerer. So people have kind of thought that maybe he used a version of something called a camera obscura, which essentially imagine I wanted to paint you, but I knew nothing about painting. So imagine I had a canvas below me, blank canvas. I have no experience painting. I would essentially take a little round mirror. I would kind of put it on a stand at a 45-degree angle, and then I would kind of dab some red blushy paint, and I would start to paint the bottom of the canvas. And I'd rock my body back and forth between the edge of the mirror and the canvas, so that when the edge of the mirror disappeared into the canvas, it meant I made an exact replica of your face. So people have been able to duplicate this method that they think maybe Vermeer used. So maybe Vermeer wasn't an artistic genius. Maybe he was an optical engineer genius. So what are we doing? We're kind of rendering optical light into a unique thing and doing cool stuff with it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope that the rest of AUSA is fruitful for you. And I know that you're demonstrating some stuff in a parking lot nearby. So
that's correct.
That's
yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right. Take care.
strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right. As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations.
That's in Land Warfare for Defense News, and I am here with Colonel Wade German, the 3rd Multi-Domain Task Force Commander in the Pacific. Thank you so much for joining me here at AUSA, and I know that you just recently flew in, so hopefully not too jet lagged to have this conversation today.
Well, yes, thank you. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us, Jen.
Yeah, it's always rougher traveling this way.
Right.
So you have actually recently completed an exercise in Australia called Talisman Sabre. Attention, particularly with the first live fire shot of the mid-range capability missile, or Typhon missile. It's gotten a lot of attention over the last year or so. So talk a little bit about what you are learning from. This was deployed in the Philippines. It is now in Japan. You had it in Australia. What are you learning from deploying the system, from the live fire shot, but really more just how you're getting it around the Pacific, I think is really, really crucial here. So would love to hear some of your lessons learned coming out of these deployments so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to share that. So really, we want to keep these systems employed. It's the way that we are able to exercise both the system and train our soldiers. And that's just imperative to making sure that the system is working the way we want it to make sure our soldiers are trained on it and can employ it as fast and efficient as possible. And so that's what each one of these exercises provides us the ability to do. As we deploy, as you know how vast the Pacific is, we need to exercise multiple modes and ways to move our equipment and our soldiers around. And that's one of the things that we always emphasize and train on every time that we're deploying these systems. So going to Australia, going to Japan, moving the system, whether it's by air, whether it's by sea, watercraft, Army watercraft, or Air Force movement and mobility. Each time we move it, we learn something new about what the system takes to deploy it, the people, the systems that are integrated with that, how fast we can do that, ways that we can make the technology or the system itself better, more compartmentalized, more mobile. Every time we do that, that offers us the opportunity to do that. And we train our soldiers on it, and that's the most important piece of that, because they're the ones that are going to make sure that we can do this and operate it. It enables us to get where we need to go.
What are some of the things that your feedbacks that you're sending to, say, the program executive officer and those that are continuing to look at what's next for mid-range capability or something beyond that? Is the system not mobile enough? What are some of the things that you would like to maybe see changed now that you've had some opportunity to try this out?
Yeah, well, one of the tenets of what the multi-domain task forces are designed to do is be fast, employable, and be able to work at that forward edge of the battlefield. And so to do that, we have to have tough and ruggedized systems. We have to have systems that can be employed rapidly and be flexible to move, on the move, keep all the command and control systems going and operating. And that's what we provide back to the industry and the systems that work with this, and even our own force structure. How can we be more mobile? How can we command and control the system better and operate? Does it work in the tough environments that we're moving at, in the deserts, in the jungles with high humidity? What does the salt do to when it's traveling on watercraft across the Pacific for a while? All of that we provide back to both the industry to make the systems more better and more ruggedized, as well as, like I said, the way that we operate them, we're learning as well, making sure that we employ them the right ways or find better ways to employ them with speed.
Okay. Now, obviously, the mid-range capability gets a lot of attention, but what else did you learn as a task force while you were at Talisman Sabre? What were some of your other focus areas and things that you wanted to learn or goals that you set for yourself for that exercise?
Yeah, so training objectives, obviously, down at the soldier level is number one. Making sure that our soldiers know how to operate in tough environments and with these systems. So that's always the first part of it. Basic soldier tasks, making sure that they're tough, that they can work long hours, operate in tough environments. That's the first and foremost of what we always try and inculcate with our formations. And we do that every single day. And it starts back at home station before we get on these exercises. Tough physical PT, making sure that they know their system and know how to operate individually their skill level tasks before we bring them into a collective exercise. But in operating these exercises, the other thing that we get out of that is operating with our joint forces, the Marines, Air Force, and then our partnered allies across the Pacific. So getting to work with our partner formation, one of which is the 10th Australian Brigade, and being able to integrate with them and see how our systems talk to their systems, make sure we understand their processes, is vital to what we do, because we know we're never going to fight alone. We're always going to be with our joint partners and our allies and partners in the Pacific.
Okay. Drawing on that point, I believe it's been maybe over a year since I think Australia and the UK kind of joined forces with you to learn from you on what you're doing with the multi-domain task force unit structure. Can you talk about how that relationship has evolved, how that played out at Talisman Sabre, or it's playing out elsewhere, in terms of that relationship with those two countries?
Yeah, we have a fantastic partnership, obviously, with our Australian counterparts and many others as well that we partner with across the Pacific, whether it's the Japan Self-Defense Forces. Inside, specifically, the 3rd Multi-Domain Task Force, we were very fortunate to have 5 professional embeds from the Australian Army that work inside of my formation. And so with the 3rd MDTF, they do planning and exercises, as well as the targeting piece with what we do. And that exchange is just invaluable so that we can learn fast together. And then likewise, I have several of my soldiers and officers that are partnered with the 10th OSS Brigade. And what that allows us to do is at these exercises is really come together more quickly. They know already, and we've trained and rehearsed things before we actually get to the exercise, so we can execute much faster and much more rapidly.
Okay. There's the Land Effects Coordination Center, I think that you were able to work through in Talisman Sabre. Talk more about the challenges that you're still facing in terms of interoperability. What are some of the things that you're still running into, even though this has been something you've been working on, but it is so complex. So where is there still room to grow when it comes to finding interoperability?
Yeah, it's really a fascinating place that we continue to work hard on. Integrating between multi-nations is always a challenge. So the Land Effects Coordination Center that we have there in Adelaide is one of the things that we're continuing to learn and partner on with our Australian counterparts. And what that does is provide us a venue by which to both test our systems. When you're trying to operate multiple systems, multiple capabilities across multiple domains, that is always very challenging, because it's not always just the technical solutions you're trying to satisfy, making sure that the ones and zeros of a system and a computer talk to each other. It's the interpersonal piece of it, making sure we understand their processes, even their language and the terms that they use. Do they mean the same thing in their army that we use in ours, so that we're not talking past each other? Those interpersonal skill sets are just as valuable. And then, of course, it is the processes, because, again, when you're working through different domains, whether it's the air domain, whether it's the cyberspace domain, or even in the space domain, authorities matter. And so making sure we understand the processes to get approvals to do certain effects requires us to understand their process to gain authority, and then same for us.
Transformation in contact is another big buzzword for the Army, but I know that there's been quite a few things that have rolled through the MDTF when it comes to transformation in contact. Can you highlight some of the experimental things you have going on, some of the big pieces that you have that you're evaluating for potential success across other formations?
Absolutely. So obviously, Transformation 2.0 is a critical enabler for us to be able to learn quickly, test out different innovations and systems, learn whether it's going to work for us or not, or where we need to improve it, and provide that feedback directly to the Army to enable us to continue to get better every single day. 3rd Multi-Domain Task Force is a TIC 2.0 unit, and so we're gaining from that advantage, all of those the systems. We are really working right now in the space to find those systems and capabilities in the sensing area. So we have something that's, as we define what we do, we need to first sense, then we need to make sense of all of that information that we gather and then we need to then find an effector for it. So target it in some way, whether it's lethal or non-lethal. And so from the making sense piece, it's all of the ability for those systems and softwares and partners, the long-range effects sensors, whether it's a UAS, a high-altitude balloon. We're playing in all those areas to find out what works best for us. and then a lot of the AI analytics that fuse all that information together quickly and rapidly and take it from a data platform and turn it into a targetable information so that we can actually affect it. That's some of the areas that we're really trying to test right now, and we're growing with a lot of different systems.
Okay. Recently, as part of the transformation initiative, there's an announcement that there will be these multi-domain commands. There's one multi-domain command Pacific, multi-domain command Japan. Talk about how third multi-domain task force fits in under this potentially, and how does that change how things are, how do you operate within the multi-domain task force?
Yeah, the Army is still making some decisions on what the multi-domain commands will look like formally and our alignment as a multi-domain task force underneath those. We know that there will be some form of alignment for us. It has not been specifically defined for the third multi-domain task force yet. The Army is still working through that transformation initiative to define what that's going to be. And there's a number of different COAs, so I won't get in front of the Army on those. But what I can tell you is that's going to enable us to be more efficient and more effective in the way that we operate. Again, I go back to the challenge with what we do dealing in multiple domains is requires authorities and a lot of the ability to affect both targets, lethal and non-lethal, in multiple domains. And so the multi-domain command structure is designed to make us more efficient.
Obviously, you just wrapped up Talisman Sabre and some other pretty major exercises, but what do you have coming up? I know there's no rest here. You got to keep transforming and going. So talk a little bit about what you may have coming up, say through Operation Pathways or other exercises that are important to your continued experimental and learning and part of the MDTF.
Yeah, absolutely. As we say, we're always transitioning from one exercise to the next. We never end. There's never a mission complete for us. So we continue to transition. There's a series of exercises that we'll be looking at coming forward for Valiant Shield, from Keen Edge, that we'll continue to exercise across the Indo-Pacific with it. Operations Pathways is essential to what we do. It enables us to get forward, train with our partners and allies in our joint force, and ensure that we continue to have an opportunity to test physically, mentally, all of the things that we need to do as for both the individual soldiers as well as at a collective level for the multi-domain task force. You have to be out there operating in the battle space and in the environment that we're going to potentially have to fight, and those exercises provide us the opportunity to do that.
You highlighted Valiant Shield. What will you be looking to accomplish as part of that exercise?
Yeah, we'll be nested inside of the joint force with that, and we'll continue to exercise and make sure that we understand how to integrate across all of those domains: space, cyberspace, air, land, sea, and how we can provide our effects to the joint force and contribute from the land to all of those other domains.
Where are you in building out the MDTF? There's different elements and a lot in some situations, like the capability isn't ready yet. It's still in development and still under the approval and testing process for the Army. So where are you in saying, this portion of the MDTF is nice and built out. This is what we're waiting on over here. What are some of the places where you feel like you've refined things, or where you're still waiting on things to fill out?
We are still in the middle of our transformation, both from a capability perspective as well as receiving and making sure that we have all of the right complements of our force structure that we need to have, whether that's the structure of the formation, whether that's the capability or the people inside of it. We continue to evolve. Like I said, from these exercises, we continue to learn more about what we need or require to make us most efficient and effective. As in these operations provide us the opportunity to get that feedback and understand where we're going with that. We have not yet received all of the capability that we would like to have, and we're working with the Army to make sure that we get that in a timely manner. But we're not waiting. We continue to be out there and operate with what we have, because we don't need to have everything, and we're not going to wait until we have it all perfect and right. If we do this correctly, we'll always be evolving and getting better, both with the technology as well as the training of our soldiers. And so we're not waiting till we have the structure exactly right. We're going to continue to execute with what we have and provide that feedback to make us better.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to highlight?
I'd just like to highlight the tremendous work that all of our soldiers continue to do out and across the Pacific. They are incredibly smart, they're incredibly physically fit, and we continue to provide everything that we can to the joint force out in the Pacific. Training with our partners and allies is what we love to do, and we'll continue to do that to keep us safe.
All right. Well, thank you again for joining me here at AUSA. I hope you have a great rest of the show.
Thank you very much.
Safe
Appreciate
travels
being
back
here.
to the Pacific.
Thank you.
As new technologies and emerging threats reshape the battlefield, so too must the strategies that ensure readiness, resilience, and deterrence. Defense News is confronting the toughest questions facing our forces, from modernization and force posture to multi-domain operations and alliance building. We are the authoritative, independent voice for the global defense community. With reporters stationed around the world, we deliver trusted, timely, and in-depth coverage of defense policy, technology, leadership, and innovation. Defense leaders rely on us to start the conversations that matter. Clarity, credibility, always placing the facts first. At Defense News, our mission is to inform, connect, and challenge the defense community, because the future depends on getting it right.
Good afternoon and welcome back, one and all, to yet another Defense News panel discussion here at AUSA. I'm J.D. Durkin, a Defense News contributor. This afternoon, we are taking a focus on rebuilding munitions stockpiles, one of the most urgent challenges facing U.S. and allied forces. Recent conflicts have underscored how quickly modern warfare can consume munitions and how important things like industrial capacity, supply chain resilience, as well as technological innovation are to the overall conversations of deterrence as well as military readiness. Before we begin, I would like to personally thank General Atomics Electromagnetic Systems for joining today's discussion and for supporting this important one-on-one. To kick things off, I am now joined by Nick Bucci. Nick is Vice President of Defense Systems and Technologies at General Atomics Electromagnetic Systems. Nick, thanks a lot for taking the time. It's great to have you here today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so let me ask you first and foremost, what lessons from recent conflicts are shaping the ways that industry innovates to meet the ever-evolving demands on the battlefield?
I think it comes down to how do you meet the demand signal that has been generated as we've learned some of the lessons in terms of being able to operate in contested environments, being able to then figure out how do you produce weapons that kind of fit the past logistics change, but provide the new capabilities to be able to do that. And I think figuring out how we tackle the resiliency problem from a supply chain perspective as well as going forward from a capability perspective is a big challenge that we're learning. I mean, the biggest piece of it is, finding out that a certain amount and type of weapons are all of a sudden not effective in certain environments. And so you have to figure out, okay, how can I adapt what I've already built and what I'm building the next generation capabilities for to be able to operate in those kind of environments.
Supply chains are certainly more globally interconnected than they've ever been before. Nick, from your perspective, tell me about some of the ways you think government and industry can better prevent supply chain bottlenecks.
So I think the biggest piece is we have to plan for cooperation both within industry to industry as well as government to government. Be more willing to share information, technologies between the international partners that we have to have if we're going to be able to, again, tackle that problem of being resilient and being able to rebuild the stockpile, if you want to call it that, of capabilities and munitions. We can't do it. Only one country can't do this problem, right? We can't solve it as the United States alone. We can do our part, but when we share that technology, when we share that information with our international partners, together we can tackle that problem a lot faster. And in many ways, we can introduce new capabilities faster as well as we share different types of new technologies.
Nick, I wonder from your position how you see the balance shifting between mass stockpiles and smart precision munitions on the other side of that equation.
So there's a place for both types of munitions, right? The high-end munitions, the precision munitions, as you called it, the cost effectiveness comes from the fact that even though it may be more expensive than, I'll say, the not as smart weapons, you get more capability, right? The cost for executing a particular type of mission is more cost effective to use one of those munitions rather than 10 or 20 of, say, a not smart round. And I think that's part of it. The economics will help dictate which type of munition you use. You're not going to buy as many of the exquisite precision munitions as you are of the less exquisite ones, but you also don't need as many. And so it becomes a balance in terms of how many do I need to accomplish a particular type of mission, but also how much am I spending to keep that balance going from a financial perspective, because you can't buy all of one and all of the other, because it just doesn't make sense from a capability and financial perspective. So it becomes a balance.
I wonder, through the lens of munitions innovations, are there particular innovations that you think may be more responsible than others for uniquely shaping the future of deterrence and overall readiness?
I think the being able to operate in contested environments is probably the biggest innovation that we're all challenged with. To be able to operate all of our types of munitions in an area where we don't necessarily have the full capabilities of, say, our position navigation and timing capabilities. And so we have to figure out other ways to be able to accomplish the mission when that's not available. And I think that's probably the biggest innovation that we're seeing today that will enable us to continue to fight the more advanced battles as we go forward, is that capability to be sort of agile in how we build and design weapons. The other piece is, if I bring a new weapon, is it going to take 10 years for all of the logistics pieces to fall in place for that weapon to be useful and in numbers? But if I build that weapon with the end in mind, and I look at the logistics chains that I currently have, then I can essentially say, I don't need to wait 10 years because I've built a capability that fits into the current logistics chains that we have. And that's something that we're doing with one of our programs, the long-range maneuvering projectile, is essentially looking at firing it from a standard launcher cell and using nothing new. Essentially, all the handling equipment, everything remains the same. And so that's an important path going forward too, is figuring out how can you leverage what's already there, logistics capabilities, to be able to deliver innovations faster. So.
Yeah, and that perfectly tees up what I want to ask you next, which involves interoperability, which of course we know with existing DoD systems is absolutely critical. How can contractors best ensure that new weapons integrate seamlessly with existing DoD systems?
One of the ways is essentially to do model-based systems engineering, some of the digital design tools that allow us to say, how is this going to operate virtually first? And being able to say, okay, I know I'm constrained in certain areas from a logistics capability perspective. How do I go forward and say, given those constraints, can I design the system such that it can perform more easily in this new job as it goes forward, to be able to be integrated? And so I think that those digital engineering capabilities help us a lot. Open architectures also help us a lot. If you build things in a modular way where you can exchange payloads for certain munitions, or you make it so that it's software upgradable from a capabilities perspective, as new challenges mount, you can just change the software from your seeker to be able to go forward and be able to do that. So,
how do you ensure that you're not just prioritizing munition production, but really you're accelerating it, while at the same time not sacrificing on quality?
It's important to be able to build the quality within your process when you're manufacturing. So one of the things we look to do is building in automation from a machine's perspective and a machining perspective, as well as being able to intelligently be able to do 24/7, 365 lights out operations of a production line to build the capabilities for a missile or a projectile. And I think that's really the important piece, is you build it into your process, therefore it automatically the quality is there. And then you can scale that, whether it's internally, I build a set of machines that is a cell for production of a certain number of capabilities, and now I can replicate that, or I join with partners internationally to be able to essentially have them produce either the entire munition or components of that munition that support that process.
And finally, before I let you go, any big risks you see to existing ammunition supply chains? And what more would you want people to know about underscoring the importance of building true resilience in the space?
There are always supply chain fragilities. And frankly, I think it's dependent on which type of munition you're talking about as to where those fragilities are. If you're talking about things that use a certain type of propulsion, an engine of some sort, can I possibly produce thousands of those, tens of thousands of those, hundreds of thousands of those in a year with the current supply chain? The answer may be yes, the answer may be no, and therefore I got to figure out how to go to other technologies perhaps to help me do that. In some cases it's the electronics on board. Can I produce, especially as I get smarter and smaller, can I produce the required electronics to be able to accomplish the mission? So it really depends on which type of precision munition you're talking about as to where the bottlenecks are. But that's something you have to do from the very beginning as you're doing the design and development, is figure out where those, I'll say, thin spots are in the supply chain to be able to move forward.
All right. Excellent context and much needed for our afternoon's programming. Nick Bucci is Vice President of Defense Systems and Technologies at General Atomics Electromagnetic Systems. Special thanks to Nick. Thanks a lot for being here. It's great to have you today. Folks, and now we'll take a moment here to shift over. Let's give it up for Nick. What a total pro. We're going to shift now and look at the U.S. Army's perspective on rebuilding and managing munitions reserves for the next generation of conflict. Thank you, everyone.
I think we can get started. We'll just jump right in. I'm Jen Judson, land warfare reporter for Defense News, here with Brigadier General Duncan, Joint Munitions Command Commander. Thank you so much for joining us today, and look forward to a very robust discussion, our fireside chat. Yeah. So, General, how far behind are U.S. munitions stockpiles right now? I mean, we've heard some kind of grim statements about it, but give us a sense of what the actual gap is. I mean, I know some of this is classified, but give us the actual gap what the Army says it needs versus what it has on hand today.
Yeah, so it was similar to the last discussion that we just heard. It sort of depends on the munition, right? And overall, very healthy. But there are certain munitions, as we've seen, that have been in high demand recently that have certainly dipped down. And we've looked at different consumption rates and things that we're providing to allies and partners. And we're putting things into place, and we've expanded our production capability to make sure that we're going to replace those war stocks and be ready for the next war.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the stockpiles that you're concerned about?
Yeah. So anything that we're seeing, of course, we're going to Ukraine, like 155, is obviously a hot topic there, and some of our projectiles and those sorts of munitions.
What's the Army's target timeline for rebuilding those stockpiles? When, and probably depends on the munition, as you said, but when should Americans sort of expect the U.S. to be fully replenished or prepared potentially for the next fight? I mean, how many years out are we talking before you feel like you've
It's a bit of a tricky
that?
question, right? Because it really sort of depends on what we're going to have for demand in the next couple of years. So right now we're working on replenishing war stocks that have been depleted or used up to get after the current engagements that are happening around the world. But we don't know exactly what's going to happen next, right? So it's really kind of hard to pinpoint a specific time and place. But what we've done, I will tell you though, for like 155, for example, we're making 3 times the amount of 155 projectiles now than we were 3 years ago, right? So it shows a great example of how we were able to ramp up some with capacity. Was it enough? That's really the question, right? And do we need to go even further than that in our expansion? Probably yes. I think Ukraine has helped us be a bit of a wake-up call so we can understand what we need to do and actually what consumption rates are going to look like in the future.
Just elaborate on the 155 and numbers. Where were you and where are you now in terms of numbers?
Yeah, so we were making around 10 to 12,000 155 rounds per month before the Ukraine conflict, and now we're at 35, 40,000 per month. And so that's...
What is the goal?
Yeah.
Like, what is your benchmark now? I know that, the previous administration and the previous Army Secretary talked about that. Has that changed in terms of numbers that you're building to? In terms of timelines, things like that. Can you talk about it? Has that changed?
Yeah, so the goal roughly is 100,000 per month. That's what we want to see ourselves go to, and that's what the capacity is. We've looked at expanding different, whether they're metal parts plants or completely assembly plants that we have. Expanding that capacity to get to that is what the goal is.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Ukraine. What has changed since the Ukraine war exposed that sort of shortage and also contributed to it since we're supplying them? What's different from 2022 in terms of output, suppliers, or readiness at this point?
Yeah, I think looking at the entire supply chain, what we've noticed is where the supplies are coming from. Some of them are offshore that are critical to our production, and we want to make sure that we shore that up in the future, right? And bring more production, more of that sourcing online or onshore here in the United States.
Okay. Now, give us a sense of what the 155 millimeter production looked like prior to the ramp up. Highlight what you've accomplished so far in building out this capability to go so much faster.
Yeah, so, the biggest thing is the organic industrial base, which is really made up of government-owned, government-operated, and government-owned contract-operated installations. We have 17 OIB sites out there. For 155 in particular, that actually touches about a quarter of those, right? Yeah. And what we've done is we've taken it was exactly what the OIB is for, right? Once we have the shooting start, we have stocks that we have on hand that we begin to feed the immediate fight while we ramp up production, right? And that's exactly what it did in this particular particular example. But what we didn't anticipate was the consumption rate, right? And so even though we were expanded 3 times in a very short period of time, which at Scranton, for example, we've opened new lines, we put a bunch of more modernization and new facilities in there to get after that. But when it made that expansion to the next gear, so to speak, we're sitting in second gear, we wanted to go to third gear, right? We wanted to go to the commercially operated, commercially owned sites, and those have spun up. We're about over the finish line with those. So we've seen a massive expansion in the last couple of years.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about some of those things, like the facility in Mesquite, Texas, that's able to make shell bodies, using a robotic system, for instance. So can you talk about where you are with that particular project? Are there any other big projects that you are getting kind of close to the finish line in terms of being able to really ramp up? And then I want to address the choke points and where we're still dealing with the, single source suppliers as part of that chain for the 155.
Yeah, so most of the production that we have, which falls under Joint Munitions Command, is out at Scranton, right, with the government-owned, government-operated out there. And so, like I said before, we took our existing processes and lines and we simply expanded them and put some modernization into those as we went. Now, the contractor-operated, contracted-owned facilities like we talked down at Mesquite, that really falls under ASAL as a management facility down there. We do sort of in the munitions ecosystem pay attention to each other, right? So we watch that, and I do know that they've taken a while to get to their final product there, and I think they're getting pretty close. But what we needed to take a look at is At the same time, they're trying to modernize. So instead of taking the same processes that we have out at Scranton, we're trying to look at something new and expand capacity at the same time. And that both and thing, I think, has been a bit of a challenge, right? But I think we're learning from this, and we'll look back on this as like, okay, great that we had the opportunity to do this now and figure it out, as opposed to post-conflict for the United States.
Okay. In terms of choke points and issues of the supply chain, can you address what are some of the bigger issues that you're concerned about when it comes to, where do you still have single sources supplying things, and what are you going to be doing about those specific things?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of TNT, for example, is like something we don't produce. We pretty much rely on our allies and partners for that, but that's something I think we should take a look at, bringing onshore, and again, looking at our organic industrial base as that production capability. We have Holston, down in Tennessee, that is our main producer of high explosives and those sorts of things, but I think we could take a look at expanding that so we have not just one single place in Holston and then reliance on our other countries, but somewhere else we build that redundancy. Sometimes we talk about redundancy as a bad thing, but sometimes it's a good thing, right? So as we have the ability, if something were to shut down for whatever reason, we have that redundancy and we can keep moving forward. And we have some great installations like Pine Bluff and Bluegrass that might be able to do that in the future.
Have you been able to select another place to do TNT work, or is there anything that you can talk about related to that, or where you are?
That's not really my decision. We more so, if the decision gets made by the senior leaders to do that, our job is to really set conditions for that production and make sure that we have the workforce, the trained workforce, and have all the facilities in place to do that.
Okay. What are some other supply chain vulnerabilities that you're concerned about? Obviously there's an issue with critical raw materials like TNT we talked about, but rare earths, things like that. What kind of concerns you when you think about that supply chain that you need to care about?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of it is, like I said, some of the HE production, some of the propellant discussion, nitrocellulose is a good example. We have out at Radford where we make nitrocellulose. On the commercial side, they make quite a bit of nitrocellulose as well. But it's components and things like that, not just those, but some of the other energetics that we use for primers and those things that we're seeing that we need to bring on shore.
Okay. In terms of budgeting and funding and stability, in the past, munitions have often been like the bill payer for some of these more big ticket platforms. Are you seeing a shift in like the desire to prioritize munitions because of the need to actually add to stockpiles, replenish? Are you less worried than maybe your predecessors have been about the funding availability or funding instability at this point? Or is that still a bit of a fight to get what you need where you need it?
I definitely think that munitions is in the spotlight right now. I mean, we've heard it just in a half a day at AUSA. We heard the Secretary of the Army talk about it. We've heard the Vice talk about it, here just today alone. I'm up here talking about it, right? And I think it's very, very much in the spotlight, and they're very, the great thing is there's a great amount of awareness on where we are with our stockpiles and where we need to be headed. I think the funding is coming. I think where there's a lot of sort of adjustments that we probably need to make and how things are spent to make the most of the dollars that we have. And I think the Secretary talked about that a little bit today. So for the funds that we do have available, we're making the most of it now and into the future.
Okay. There's always the argument about unpredictable demand. Obviously demand is very high right now, but how do you convince companies to invest the massive amounts that they're investing, like, Lockheed Martin to build PAC-3 MSE, in perpetuity? How do you convince them that they need to be, contributing to those investments? What are some of the things that you've seen as an incentive potentially to help these companies come around, help you replenish and produce very rapidly without that necessarily that predictability that they could have in the future?
I don't think it's a lot of convincing, honestly. It's a lot about partnership, right? So I think this open dialogue that we have with industry back and forth is very, very helpful. So we can understand where the tech space is, where the manufacturing space is, and how we modernize. And they're also looking at the same space we are as far as what munitions are going to be out there. It's not. We all know that long-range precision is going to be a thing for the next fight, but what happens after the first initial thrust, right? And we go through that thing, and what's going to be behind that? So those are all conversations that we need to have together. so that we can come together with solutions. And I think we're particularly looking at ways to modernize not just munitions themselves, but the way that they're produced, right? And I think industry can really help us understand what modernization actually means, right? In our sense, we have a lot of World War II infrastructure. Our lines are fairly old, right? We've gotten a lot of life out of these lines, but now it's no longer just an initiative to modernize, right? It's an imperative. We have to set up, we've gotten 75 years out of these lines. We need to figure out what are the lines for the future going to be for the next 75 years. And I think industry can really help us with that.
Okay. Well, in terms of modernization of these facilities, I think the buzzword is flexibility. How do you drive flexibility into this so, you can ramp up at need, you can scale back at need? What are some of the ideas or things that you are, working on to address potential flexibility in these supply chains?
Yeah, I think one example is we're taking a look at ways to build multiple things in one place, right? So you can have a 155 built in the same place that you build a 60 millimeter mortar, and you just have to switch the tool over. I saw out at Radford we have a medium cal area out there. We can go from 50 cal up to 30 millimeter on the same line, right? And so it's that idea of kind of be able to sort of use that same space, same efficiencies that you have, same workforce that you have, and be able to do multiple things in the same area.
You mentioned workforce. Can you address, there's a lot of concern that the workforce in some of these areas, they're aging and they're retiring, they're out, and it's not that easy to train up. How are you handling that at a time where you need to really be surging?
Yeah, that's actually one of my biggest challenges, to be honest with you, because our personnel, we've had multiple generations at these installations. If you ever go to a depot or an arsenal and you talk to the workforce, their dad worked there, their mom worked there, their grandfather worked there. It's really, really amazing. But we're starting to see kind of a move away from that. And that's not just the munitions industry, right? That's industry in general. So it's really kind of important how we sort of keep these artisan laborers in our systems. Now, some of it has to do with how we modernize the lines themselves, right? So maybe the lines that we have a different skill set. Like, I'm still going to need you, but I might need you to be doing something different. As opposed to painting the yellow band around the artillery shell, I might need you to run the computer that runs the robot that runs, that sort of thing. So we're going to see how that works overall, but we also have to improve those work conditions out there for them. And it's really, it's difficult in these times right now, but I think, as we've said, munitions is in the forefront of people's minds right now, so I think we're in a pretty solid base.
Talk a little bit more about technologies that may be emerging that help you, say, get after maybe the workforce problem, or just make more reliable systems and not need to go through the pace of having to check everything's coming out with good quality. Yeah. If you could elaborate a little bit on some of the technologies that you're eyeing. I mean, at Mesquite, there's robotics involved. What are some of the solutions that you see as promising?
Yeah, so I think we're taking a look at a lot of sensoring of our production lines and looking at how we monitor our equipment and our personnel. And then we have a couple initiatives that we're working on to take a look at how do we leverage AI to help teach them, or machine learning, to say, take a look at this process and then alarm us when something is not right. And then we get predictive ahead of the problem so that you can get after something that is a quick fix as opposed to a major thing that's going to take the assembly line down, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. In terms of a look at, there's yet another look at the organic industrial base. That's not just munitions, it's across everything. But what are some of the things that you would like to see prioritized? Already there was an OIB strategy that came out several years ago, so a lot of that, there's so much that's happened since then. What are some of the things that you would like to highlight or see actually invested in more or prioritized when it comes to OIB modernization and investment, given the changes that have happened in the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think one thing that we need to take a look at, and we talk a lot about production, right? I mean, that tends to take most of the conversations. We look at the actual producing of the munitions and that sorts of things, and that's a pretty critical point. But once you produce a munition, it has to be stored somewhere, right? And it has to be ready for movement, and it has to be maintained. Yeah. A lot of people think that you make something and you just stick it in an earth-covered magazine and you never look at it until you actually need it. But that's actually not true. We have crews going out and inventorying and maintaining those things all the time. And the magazines, the earth-covered magazines that these things are stored in, are also from World War II, right? And so we probably need to take a look at how we get some funds and resources into maintaining the magazines that we have. I mean, it sounds fundamental, but it's kind of this infrastructure conversation, right? We have to take a look at those things there, and then also building some new ones that may be, as we heard about in a recent panel today about 3D printing buildings and that sort of thing. We can leverage some technology to make that go cheaper and faster.
Yeah. You mentioned 3D printing, and this just popped in my head. In terms of that, like, how do you, are there certain areas that you just 3D printing or some, new technology isn't going to be the answer, where you're still reliant on, say, artisans, if you will, people that, really need to be hands-on? Where are those points in, the munition manufacturing that you see that you need to preserve, and what are you doing to preserve those things?
Yeah, so I think we're always going to need an artisan workforce. I think as much as we automate, you're always going to need, there's going to be things that just machines aren't going to have that tactile feel for, right? And so we're going to always have to, I think, have that. And so I think keeping that in people's minds as we modernize, but at the same time, looking at the amount of labor that we have on a line and saying what can be automated, right? And taking a look at how we leverage technology. I will tell you that, going to the, I've had 17 different sites, right? I've been to quite a few of them already. And one thing that's impressed me is the amount of quality inspections and things that we have. When a U.S. soldier gets one of our munitions that we make, it's going to fire. It's going to go off. It's going to function as designed, right? And a lot of it is because we have a lot of quality checks in that process. We could probably take a look at technology helping us out with those quality inspections, and taking the little burden off of some human error that we have in there. I think there's some room for that as we go through, because we X-ray almost all the rounds that we make, and there's human beings that are assessing those X-rays. They're highly trained. They know what they're doing. But where you could enable to take some AI or some technology there to help them with that job, might even make it better. And so we have less than 1% failure rate is kind of the way to go, right? If we can even get that down even further, that could be amazing.
You mentioned AI-enabled things. What are some of the other ways that you see AI being useful in your job? I mean, there's predictive logistics and all kinds of things like forecasting, for instance.
Yeah.
How are you potentially experimenting with some AI-enabled capability to get after some of those things?
Yeah, I think a lot of it, you hit on the main thing, I think, would be the forecasting, right? So we have training models that we need to do of our training munitions, and that's sort of a bit steady. But then we have changed that environment slightly. What does it mean for 2-3 years down the road for your production? And if we can move that up, if we can move those decision points up a little bit further by using some analysis, that'll help us save a lot of money in producing things that we probably don't need, as we assess the environment. Also, as it looks at kind of aligning the war plans, so if you get the National Defense Strategy comes out and it takes us in a particular direction, we could be able to feed that in and be able to say, here's a very precise, with high confidence level estimate on where we need to do and invest now, which on munitions that are going to be not finished producing for about 3 years, if that makes sense.
Yeah. On another technology-related question, but in integrating AI and robotics on factory floors, do you have some real-world example where technology has made a tangible difference in throughput, safety, or cost that you can highlight?
Yeah, absolutely. I think our 40 millimeter line out at Iowa ammunition Army plant is a great example, where that line used to be done in Milan, Tennessee, and it was fairly manual kind of thing. And when they moved it up to Iowa, it's almost fully automated. It takes up about half the space as it used to, and it's producing rounds at a much higher rate and at the same quality. I'm not even going to say higher quality or less quality, because our quality standards, that's a key point, right? Yeah. Just because we modernize doesn't mean we're going to improve quality, because the quality is already pretty dang high, right? And so I think that's the key thing, is we're going to maintain those quality standards and get after some of the efficiencies that we need.
Okay. How much human judgment do you still need to keep in the loop here? I mean, you talk about X-raying things, and you really needed to take a look at, where do you still need humans, where you don't necessarily want to trust a machine to just verify the quality?
Yeah, I think there's always going to be human in the loop. I mean, regardless of how great the technology is. Of course, we'll build confidence over time in how that works, and we have, just like we've seen in the automotive industry, we're beginning to slowly come along with, autonomous vehicles and so on and so forth, because they've just proven themselves to be that good, right? But when it comes to munitions and the criticality, and because there's lives on the line and the effects on the battlefield that are on the line, we're always going to have a human in the loop. Now, there might be technology that enables that human, but there'll always be somebody there who's highly trained and understands what they're doing.
I want to shift and talk a little bit about surge capacity, and I think in some testimony that you cited, the 101st airlift missions or 101 airlift missions in 2 weeks, shipping in 11 days instead of 120. How are you able to achieve some of those things in terms of surge capacity? Getting, your job is to get things out there too. So
I think one of the areas that we're actually pretty solid in as far as capacity is our surge capacity, right? We actually maintain a workforce that is set at that surge capacity. Now, we manage that workforce in different ways, but when we need to surge, we're able to pull them off of different lines and put them on the priority line. Okay. And in fact, most of our depots that are focused on output or for significant missions actually train on that. Now, we always talk in the Army quite a bit about soldiers training, but our civilian workforce trains as well. And so we'll leverage some of our workload that we have, and we'll set it up as a training exercise, and we'll actually hit the marks for a number of pallets per day or a number of truckloads per day that we would need to hit in a surge just to make sure that we're still setting at the right place.
Okay. How much of the surge capacity capability is now really institutionalized versus an ad hoc surge capability?
Oh, I think it's almost entirely institutionalized. That surge. Now, when I say surge, I mean really about distribution and shipment, right? Once we get a requirement, we're pulling out of stocks, we're putting it on trucks, rail, air, and that's something we, with Ukraine and any mission that we've done here recently is exercise that, right? Maybe at a smaller scale. But is exercise the timelines? We've had to pull things together within 24 hours, within 48 hours. It's actually quite rapid. And I would say that's actually one of our strengths.
Okay. War games have shown that the U.S. Could run short of key munitions in a matter of days in a high-end conflict. So do you believe we've made meaningful progress towards solving that problem? And how do you define enough stockpile depth? I know that you can't say specific numbers, but... Yeah. How do you think about that?
It's a complex problem because we don't exactly know what we're going to shoot and all those sorts of things. But as we expand, we're never done expanding. We're never done sort of improving on what we have. Right? We are very ready in many ways, but there are some ways that we're not. And we're always constantly assessing. And we talked about AI earlier. Some of the things that we have in our forecasting tools is constant re-estimate of where we're at on our stocks. And I think, with Joint Munitions Command in particular, we have some of the production. There's some production that's contracted side, but we are kind of the storekeeper, so to speak, of what the stockpile looks like and the key informer, to those decisions for procurement.
In terms of measuring success, accountability. When you look at 67 billion stockpile that JMC manages and 700 million rounds last year, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, I may have the wrong numbers. Hundreds of thousands of tons moved. What metrics or indicators tell you that we're rebuilding the stockpile the right way?
Yeah, so we have a total ammunition requirement that we calculate based on war plans and what our ammunition requirements are annually, throughout the year. And we use that as a general gauge to kind of see what percentage of that, we call it the tamer, that we are at. And so what we'll see if we're getting closer to the tamer or we're getting farther away. And it's just like any other commodity, right? Any other supply that you have, you're going to be able to build to that tamer. So now what actually ebbs and flows a little bit is the tamer itself. And so as we see a change via ATI, for example, where we see maybe less tube artillery and more long-range precision, like a HIMARS, for example, then we have to make adjustments on that, right? No one doesn't necessarily come down and tell us to do that. We just have to kind of read where we're at on those things and use the tools that we have to make sure we have our estimates accurate.
Yeah. In terms of workforce, again, obviously that's one of the biggest constraints, I think. So how much of a balance do you think that you need to strike between really having skilled laborers, safety certifications, engineers? How are you working through those issues?
Yeah, so what we're doing is a lot of it is communicating with the workforce themselves, right, and all the folks that manage them at the sites and understand what their needs are, right. Some of it is also talking to senior leaders in the Department of Defense, and so be able to understand what it is we need from our OIB. Right, the OIB is there for a reason, as I talked about before, to really have that surge capability to get us to a rapid expansion in whatever else we need. But without that workforce there, that's not going to happen. So we have to kind of balance that both between the two to really understand, because the workforce, admittedly, is a cost driver, right? And so we have to make sure that we're balancing that. We have the right amount of workload with the right amount of workforce.
I wanted to expand out a little bit more globally and talk about partnerships, say with allies and partners, want to get involved. I think in some ways that would help address the munitions stockpile issue. So can you highlight some initiatives that the U.S. has with nations like Australia that are really stepping up to build their own stockpiles and how that helps? But talk about some of those relationships that are taking shape.
We have a great sort of relationship with U.S. Army Security Assistance Command, right, USAC, and the foreign military sales piece. And we have a whole section in my headquarters that's dedicated to managing the munitions that are for foreign military sales. And so we look at that pretty closely. And as you alluded to, here recently there's been a lot of discussion on co-production, right? So like you take 155, for example, we're making 155, and some of our allies and partners are saying, hey, we'd like to make 155 to help out with this overall. It's a bit tricky, though, because that in the end, if you have the end product come out, yes, we have overall more 155s that we can share amongst ourselves. But there's only one supply chain, right? And so we have to take a balance of what the core materials that are to go into those production lines, and so that we're not competing with each other. So it's a bit complex.
Yeah. Well, what are some of the other challenges in working through those types of partnerships that you're stumbling on? Anything else that comes to mind?
No, nothing that really comes to mind necessarily, other than making sure that we agree upon the particular specs and quality that we have. So if we want to be truly interoperable, I think we're a bit biased, but I think the U.S. standards are probably the highest and what we would probably be adamant about. It might be maybe make it cheaper, have it less reliable, but we're not going to come off of those standards. So that would be something we would have to work out with allies and partners if we did co-production.
Are there any other emerging opportunities that are coming about, say, in the Pacific, for instance, or in Europe that will help with the munitions stockpile?
Not that I'm aware of specifically. You mentioned the Australia thing there. I don't know. That's probably a better question for the PEO, JPEO, for Arms and Ammunition. General Ryan would be probably more suited to answer that better than I can.
Totally. In terms of other initiatives that you're eyeing, anything that you want to talk about that I have not asked about, is there anything we haven't highlighted yet that you would really like the American people to know about?
Yeah, so I think that, a couple of things. We talked a little bit about partnering with industry, right? But what we're taking a look at here recently, I think we're going to see a surge in public-private partnerships. And one thing that our OIB sites have a lot of is very secure, very robust storage. And we have a lot of space, and we have a lot of good resources for water and those sorts of things. We've heard folks talk about energy, putting different energy resources on our installations. And I think we are wide open to really kind of encourage that sort of partnership with industry and public entities. We're going to see if we can bring some of that on, because overall it helps us on just the ammunition side. It may not be munitions directly related, but if it's bringing in revenue to those OIB sites and we can maintain that workforce that I talked about before, it enables us to be able to shift when we have a different priority. So I think that's really critical as we have those P3 partnerships. The other thing is kind of on the modernization piece. We hit this a little bit before, but a good portion of our infrastructure is kind of dated back to World War II, and I think if we can get on the next level of modernization, we have a great opportunity in front of us to really set the conditions for the next 75 years or whatever before the next conflict. But the hard part about that is the speed at which we need to go. And so I think this is something where we're challenged to just go faster, while also doing all the same quality and quantity things that we normally do in our processes, but really trying to take a culture shift a little bit inside the Army and say, this needs to go much faster. Let's break down these processes and then ask for assistance from either Army senior leaders or Congress or whatever to help us out in that process.
In terms of the public-private partnerships, are there any friction points when it comes to policy or any other red tape that you're stumbling on as you embark on opportunities related to that?
Not specifically. I think there's some at times there's some on installation for military construction, for example, is exorbitantly more expensive than it is off installation. So I think if we can take a look at some of the things that help us out when we build new facilities on post, We have a great example out at McAllister, Oklahoma, where we built the new bomb facility out there that produces the bombs that we dropped in Iran, and that was a great partnership between us and the Air Force and a couple of public partnerships out there, where we were able to get a facility done on time and under budget, and it's actually expanding the overall production capacity out there. So I kind of use that as a success story for what we can possibly do in the future, and that's using an existing structure but a brand new process underneath it.
Probably important, since you'll probably need to build more of those.
That's right. That's right.
What contingencies do you have if modernization investments are delayed or unfunded or cut based off of? I mean, we're in a shutdown. There could be CRs. Are there any issues with that you're concerned about going forward?
Yeah, well, I have a lot of confidence in the existing OIB. Even though it's old, and we talked about it's not necessarily entirely modern, it has delivered for us every single time, right? And so a lot of it comes down to that workforce that is out there, and they're the ones that are supporting us right now. So we just have to be able to take a look at the large scale, really, and say it in simple terms, wartime scenarios, right? That's what we need to really get for, because I said the OIB will get us over the hump as we initiate, but we're going to have something ready to go and expand pretty rapidly right after that.
All right. In joint testimony, I think you acknowledged that modernization must maintain production continuity. You can't break what's working while you rebuild. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by that?
Yeah, so it's basically you're going to keep your line that you're operating right now while you modernize and produce another line. I can't shut this one down. I can't really start this one.
So
you want to be able to keep those going. Now, if we happen to be in a surge, I'll keep both of them going, keep the old line and the new line going, right? Mm-hmm. But the idea is to kind of have that seamless transition. So we're not going to really shut anything down or put it down in a different status until we've got another line that's up and running and producing the same quality that we expect for all of our munitions.
And that seems really hard to do in some cases, because there's just space constraints in some of these places. You can't build another line and then just cool off the other one. You have to kind of simultaneously build. Actually space is not that big of a restraint for us. Mm-hmm. It may look like congested when you maybe in some other areas of the OIB.
Yeah. But we have thousands of acres of land. I mean, that's one thing that we talked about, private partnerships, right? If you need space and land.
Well, seeing that potentially for drone production or rare earths.
Right. Yeah, storage, rare earth minerals and those sorts of things. We have storage, and we have space and land. That's one of the great assets for our Army installations.
Okay. What in the next couple of years are you hoping to accomplish in your role?
That's a good question. Well, the first thing we know, as most folks may not know, but Army Joint Munitions Command is actually going to go away. It's going to merge with Army Sustainment Command as a part of the Army Transition Initiative, right? So my goal is to make sure that happens in the best way possible, right? We're going to go over to Army Sustainment Command, and the Joint Munitions, they're going to lose a 1-star commander, but they're going to gain a 2-star commander, right? So for the enterprise and an advocate for them overall. So where that's going to have some efficiencies, we think, is where Army Sustainment Command already maintains all the sort of tactical Army ammunition supply points at the installations where the units train. And we are the wholesale, so think of it wholesale or retail, right? So now we're going to line those under one roof. And so we're going to have maybe a better sort of predictive analysis and be able to control all the way from the factory where they're made, all the way down to where they're about a mile from where the training range where the rounds are actually going to get fired. So we think that's going to be a pretty good thing. So that's kind of a big goal that I have in the next year, to make sure that gets done in the best way possible. But overall, though, I think, which is an enduring priority for any Joint Munitions Command commander, is the management of the war stocks, right? To be that caretaker of those war stocks, to make sure that if something were to happen tomorrow or next year, that we are at least understand where we are with our war stocks and can make informed decisions on what we need to do immediately.
Okay. Well, this process of folding GMC into Sustainment Command makes total sense. When will that transition be fully complete?
Yeah, so really, it's Joint Munitions Command on paper is really set to go away next year, probably next fall. Okay. We're already starting to work together. So we're going to see probably over the next quarter some more functions merging, and then really by next summer, by fourth quarter next year, we'll see Army Sustainment Command really operating as it would be going over the fiscal year. It will take some time to get some of the other things like the financial and the personnel stuff straight, as we go into the out years. But functionally, operationally, it'll be within the next year.
Okay. Is this, being able to do this in 1 year, how big of an undertaking is this? Or is a lot of it already already nested in spots where it makes sense, and so this isn't going to be that difficult of a transition?
It's no small feat, for sure. It's a bit of a challenge. As I alluded to before, I think we are perfectly capable of doing these things. It's the speed at which we're trying to do them is the challenge, right? And so we're definitely moving out very, very quickly to make sure we accomplish this. But Army Sustainment Command and Joint Munitions Command aren't the only ones going through this, right? We've seen with TRADOC, T2Com, and FORCECOM, they're going through the same types of transitions as we are and moving just as fast. So we're not alone in this, and we're working together and have great support from our senior leaders, though, on that piece.
Okay. All right. Any final thoughts? Anything else that you'd like to share before we end?
No, I just want to thank the AUSA for putting on another great conference this year for Defense News and allowing me the opportunity to talk about the wonderful people in the OIB and Joint Munitions Command. I absolutely love my job and just glad to be here. Thanks.
Well, I'm happy you're here in the seat here. I know it was hit or miss what was going to happen, and it's really great that you're all here, able to be here in person.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you,
Thanks,
sir,
Jen.
for joining me, and thank you to our sponsors, General Atomics. Appreciate it, and have a wonderful rest of the show today.
Thanks.
Thank you.